Right. Good morning, buenos días. Good to see you all. We will go ahead and all board members are present this morning. Reading the back.
Yeah.
Do we proceed? We will go.
But Berkey,
We can go through, so we'll go ahead and get started for this morning, starting with our land acknowledgement, which I'll go ahead and read. We are gathered today on the land of the Kalapuya, who are represented by the Confederate Tribes of the Grand Ronde and the Confederated Tribes of the Select Indians. The relationship between the Kalapuya people and this land continues unbroken to this day, and we offer gratitude for the land and for the generations present and past who have stewarded the land since time immemorial. We respectfully acknowledge and honor past, present, and future Native American and Indigenous students and staff of Salem Keizer Public Schools. We invite you to join us in honoring these ancestral grounds and celebrating the resilience and strength of all Native American and Indigenous people. And with that, we'll proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Superintendent Castañeda, do we have any modifications to the agenda this morning? We're good. And with that, we will turn it over to Superintendent Castañeda to kind of just give us an introduction of our goals, which I think many of us have heard and in passing, but it's a good moment for us to get grounded, situated. Again, thanks everyone for making it out here on a warm and sunny Saturday. So I know agendas and schedules are hard to kind of coordinate sometimes. So I'm excited that we're here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am equally excited and also equally grateful because a full Saturday is a lot. It's a lot to give and it is a lot to ask. But I do think we're going to do really important work here today. And I think we will look back in 6 months or a year and really see that today was one of the building blocks of what we did, what we accomplished, and also what we weathered. I want to run through, so my job here is to run through the session goals briefly, which I will do. But I also want to quickly share a question that I'm getting a lot out in the world right now, which is, how is the transition feeling? And one of the ways that I started answering this question is saying that it feels a little bit like somebody kind of tipped over a box on a 1,000-piece puzzle. And there's great urgency to put the pieces together. And so there's a lot of ways you can handle that moment when all of those pieces fall out. But most of us who have done at least one puzzle know that the first thing that you do is you look for the edges and you look for the corners. And for our team, the people in this room are the corner pieces. Like we really need we need to find the corners, get them all linked up together. And that's part of the reason that today is such an important day for us. And we hope by the end also for you. It's because we all figure out how we lock together that all the rest of those pieces will lock into. And so the agenda for today focuses on a few things that sort of relate to that theme. So first, it's really time to get to know one another and know one another in relation to board service. There's a personal piece and there is also the deep philosophical and professional reason you guys do this and the personal reason you do this. And we'll have time to talk about some of those things. We're also going to tackle some of the ways that we work with you as a governance body, and that means have conversations about how you govern. And we'll spend a little bit of time on around midday on that. And then towards the end of the day, we'll close out with a review of some communication norms and possibly a final lap around some of the things that we want to be true for schools and for students through results policy. So those are the broad sweep of the through our goals. And I think for me, at least, success really is that we leave feeling like we know each other just a little better. We leave feeling that we understand each other's individual drive around this work and how that fits together in governance. And we leave seeing that the next steps that we'll be taking together are really ones that we'll be taking truly together. So with that, I think I'm going to introduce and then turn it over to our facilitators. Am I on track here?
You're on track.
Okay,
Can I make one request?
please.
Can we ask that everybody silence their phones and their tablets?
A little tight, so we can do it. All right, so I will introduce our facilitators for the day. I feel like I've gotten to know our facilitators very quickly over a short period because we've been working on this hard for the last few weeks. And super grateful for both Erika Lopez and Mike Scott, who were mostly the designers and definitely the leaders of today's experience. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys actually to share with us what you think we should know since we're in this cozy room together.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erika Lopez, and I'm, as you can see, my profile is a little bit about me, but I've actually been in government for a long time. And I worked in the county, I worked at the city level. Currently at my normal day job, I work for the city of Portland. And on my free pastime, I'm also a school board member in Hillsborough. And so I've been there for almost, this is actually my 7th year entering. And I've also been currently serving on the Oregon School Board Association. And last year I was vice president of that as well. So I had a little experience and a lot of really, a lot of learning that I did during this whole time. And hopefully I can impart some knowledge, but also just be a thought partner for you all today.
I'm the guy that's wearing the exact same suit in this picture. maybe time to rotate things. My name is Mike Scott, and I've been in education for 36 years. Started out as an elementary school teacher, and I did my student teaching here in town. Grew up in Salem. One of my very first jobs was working at Enchanted Forest in the haunted house, scaring children. That's how I knew I wanted to teach. And then after teaching and being a counselor, I moved into administration and spent a number of years as a building administrator at the middle school level. And from there did some HR work for a number of years. And for the last 14 years, I've been the superintendent in Hillsborough. So really glad to be here today and to be back in Salem. This is a place that's near and dear to my heart. So
I think a fun fact that you were a building administrator in middle school, and I was in that same middle school.
yeah,
So
feels like we're over.
we've been in the same space, you know.
Long time. I met her when she got her first detention. All right. Anyway, here's let me just preview our agenda today. You can see that this looks like a lot, but it falls into, for instance, some pretty broad buckets. So a lot of it's going to have to do with governance. A lot of it's going to have to do with roles and responsibilities, and really just the important role that you play in as a board member. Really glad that we've got student reps here. And that is not typical for school districts. There's only a handful, even in the metro area, that are doing it, and just very few throughout the state. So the fact that that's an important value that you hold is really exciting for us. And I know may feel awkward, but we do want you to contribute and we'll be calling you into the conversation often. So really looking forward to having you here today. I know when you look at this agenda, it may feel daunting. And I have a friend that he was a principal during the time that we were transitioning from half-day kindergarten to all-day kindergarten. Remember those days before we had full-day kindergarten in Oregon? He was the principal and is on the first day of school, one of the first graders who was used to going home at noon was headed out the front door. And he had his lunch bag with him and he was headed out. And my friend stops him and he said, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he said, I'm headed home. And he said, "Well, you're in first grade, you stay all day." And the kid slams down his lunch bag and says, "Who signed me up for this anyway?" When you see this agenda, you may be thinking, who signed me up for this anyway? But I think, as Andrew was saying, this is going to be one of those days that feels very formative and helps to establish you as a group. So one of the things I wanted to start with is I had the opportunity to do some pre-session phone calls with you prior to today. And that was really an opportunity to create a baseline and to start to get an understanding of what some of the patterns were that could be gleaned during those phone calls. And so I just want to go over these. These are some of the patterns, and almost all of these are going to be embedded in our agenda throughout the day today. So of course, there's room for improvement regarding communication. And I think that, I don't know if I've ever talked to a community member or a staff member or a board member that, and regardless of the district they're in, where they don't feel like there's room for improvement when it comes to communication. Specifically, what was called out in our conversations that I had with you all was board-to-board conversations, board leadership to board, district to board, and then district to community. So quite a range there. Again, I think that's always going to be something that we'll see. Most everybody mentioned the need for greater understandings regarding the governance model that Salem Keizer uses, as well as the roles and responsibilities in getting on the same page there. And I don't think we should be surprised when we see that. If we think about when people have been elected and the people that have come on the board, we have some board members that came on during the COVID years, where districts, we were scrambling to figure it out literally every week, what was going to be the change and how are we going to react to that. And there wasn't time over these last few years to do the roles and responsibilities piece or the building a great understanding on the governance side of things. So I don't think we should be surprised that that's there. The other one that came up, and this was a pattern for almost everybody I talked to, but the speaking time needs to be balanced among the board members. And it came across loud and clear that this is something that frustrates people when it doesn't occur, and people are happy about it when it's managed well and it does occur. So just know today that we're going to really work on that to start that trend right as we move into the year. If it feels like someone's not speaking as much as we would hope they would, we're going to try and call you into that conversation. And if it feels like someone's used more than their share of airtime, we're going to ask for other people to contribute. So just want to put that out there. And then the other thing I would say is everybody voiced optimism at this time. And it was super endearing how that was done. They wanted to be really appreciative of all of the work and the leadership that Christy has portrayed over the years. And that was done in a really professional and nice way. And they're also excited for the new eyes and the vision that Andrea represents as we move forward. So and I think one of the things you're going to see is that throughout the day, there's going to be the opportunity to reflect that optimism in the work that we're going to do together. And I think we just need to keep that in mind. This is a unique time for this district, and having some fresh eyes and vision with a tight focus on things, I think is going to serve the district super well.
So I know it's pretty early in the morning, so we haven't warmed up to each other quite yet, but it's good to have some new norms. So when we are kind of in the flow and engaging, we have some kind of rules of the road. So these are some proposed meeting norms for you all. number one is just balance your participation, as Mike noted, that was something that came across in the conversations, and so if you're just sharing the airtime or leaving space for people to be able to participate, there's a little helpful tool image on there. It's called Wait, and it's just a decision-making tool. So you ask yourself, why am I talking? And if you can say, am I adding something new, or is this off topic? And so it helps you kind of decide when is the right time to chime in. It's on your packet as well, if that's something that is helpful. The other thing is to speak your truth. Everybody comes with a different lens, a different life experience, different perspective. And so that's why we want to share that, so everybody has an opportunity to speak from that place. And then avoid ask questions and avoid making assumptions. We always think about, thinking with positive intent and leading with that. And also not interrupting and being respectful of other people's opinion. And that's really about active listening and not trying to form a counterpoint when you're hearing something, but really trying to listen to understand the other perspective. And accepting non-closure on some items. This is hard sometimes when we don't have a solution or it's solved. Many of the challenges in education are not solved a lot of times, and we continue to work on them. So this is something that I think even today will come in handy to just reflect on. And then of course, this use first names as well. Erika, Mike, and please just feel free to engage with one another. We really are trying to create a warm environment for you to participate and engage. So I hope that you can, these norms are helpful to you all today. All right, so all of you, I think everybody sent a picture. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna start this slideshow. We can judge it on the last slide. So when your picture comes up, if you want, we'll go around the room as kind of popcorn style as your picture pops up in the slideshow. If you want to tell us your name, how long you've been, your position, how long you've been in the district, and then how does this picture represent you? So whose pictures is it?
That's fine.
That'd be a fun element to guess who we are. Guess whose picture is it?
Did you just say you it?
Yes.
Suzanne does, Becky.
So this was my backpack last weekend. I love that backpack. Get out as often as I can. Next one view of Mount Adams, the glacier there is White Salmon Glacier. It was gorgeous, and it represents me because in the wild, that is my happy place. That's where I'm in charge. It's very spiritual for me, and I really miss it when it's again.
So that's me. And it sometimes looks and feels like I'm buried by children, and I am, but very much, I don't know, that's a big part of who I am, just family life and stuff. So when I'm not here, then I'm kind of full time running around with the kids and keeping up with the family. So yeah, we'll enjoy that then.
How many years in the district?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
What's your position?
questions. 15 and a half years in the district, I believe, and communications director. Is my position. Thank you.
Suzanne, I didn't have that.
I was starting year 7, 8. Director of strategic initiative.
Hi, I'm Bob Soul, Chief Operations Officer. And this picture represents me because it's what I'm doing on my weekends right now. It's what I'd be doing if I wasn't here today, but we'll be doing more. I guess outside of just in the house, one of the things that I enjoy about this job is, as well as any job, is just the challenge of learning new things, improving them, really building it from the foundation up. This house was built in 1972, so it needs a lot of improvements, and I invested a lot of my time and hard work in have had to learn a lot of new things like how to tile and, just new skill sets. So, that's what I enjoy doing, both at work and at home. And I've been with the district since 2015.
So this is me.
I was like, looks like a mini.
Yeah. When she was little, there was this one woman who was just learning English and she would look at me and she would say, baby, same face. Yeah, this is baby, same face. But this is our youngest daughter. We have two. And this is her very last day of high school. And so part of the reason, I mean, obviously, in a less dramatic way than Erin, I'm rarely buried in children because I only have two, but our kids are, the center of our life. So that's one reason she's up here, but the other is that there's a lot of change happening for me right now. So there's, joining you all and joining this community. And there's also the change of our house now being completely empty of children. And so she'll be off to college and we're off to the next phase in our lives. And I've been in the district for 29 days.
Wow. That's me, my wife. My name is John Bate. I'm the Executive Director of Human Resources. I have been in the district starting my 9th year. And I picked this picture because I think it's a good reminder. I take our work really seriously, but I try not to take myself seriously. And I think that's a really healthy balance. And we got invited to a 80s party a while back, and this was the costumes that we donned for that experience. So try to get outside my comfort zone now and then.
I love this because literally, like, I always see you.
Range.
Nice suits.
Now we have a party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is mine. I feel like this represents a large part of me because I love my cats. Like, that's like my favorite thing in the world. And I don't know, I just love animals so much. And I really want to go into law, but like I want to retire and be like a cat groomer.
I like that.
Oh, thank you. This is one of the kids who comes to our STEM mentoring program. And this is my second round in school board. And so we are empty nesters with 40,000 kids. That's what me and my wife joke around. So when I see these kids, I see future doctors, engineers, scientists. That's how I kind of see in my head. Otherwise we hear different soundbite these days. We have to America, unless we have one for all our children, our work is not done. But it kind of gives me a purpose. It gives me a purpose. As our community went through difficult time, this gives me hope that we can have our future doctors, engineers right amongst us. And what can we do? And that brings me back to this work and keeps me focused. That's our empty nesters with 40,000 kids, and he's one of those little kids who comes to our mentoring program, STEM mentoring. Thank you.
I'll take mine. So this is my family. We went to the Midwest a couple weeks ago. So this is in Chicago. My husband's from Iowa, so we were driving to see his full family. Yeah, it just represents the most important thing to me, and the reason I ran for the school board and continue to serve is because I want to make a better life for my kids and everyone's kids.
Hashtag Carol is the best.
My husband's Carol.
That confuses some people, but it's a southern name.
Okay, so this is my picture. I didn't take it, by the way. I'm Patrick Gutierrez, and just like Linda, I'm a student advisor for the school board. Primarily, one of the reasons why I chose this picture is because I love butterflies. I mean, sometimes they scare me, but you know what? Overall, I believe butterflies represent change. I mean, they go through constant change, whether it's the environment, whether they go from being a caterpillar to, all that. And I think it resonates with me a lot because I'm always changing as a person. Like, I believe we all change constantly. We're never the same person we were yesterday. And I also think that I always find ways to improve, whether it's like very small details or if it's like this much, whatever it is, I still try to find a way to go for what I want to meet. And I also always, I learn to appreciate, my background and who I am. I'm never trying to erase my past. I'm always trying to seek ways to improve, but still appreciate where I come from as a person.
We got that. What high school are you to?
I go to South Salem High School.
Yeah.
I go to North Salem.
All right, thank you.
That's mine.
What's that?
I call them chilitos. I really don't know what it is. So you can see the little cactus like in the background, and these are their little fruits essentially. So there are these like sweet little like tangy cactus flowers, right? Like or fruit. And I pulled up my phone and I started looking, and I had a series of pictures from one of my, I think it was 2019 visit to where I call home, which is where my grandmother lives in Mexico. And these just remind me of my childhood, being young, visiting my abuelita in Mexico and walking out into the campo with my cousin and my sister and coming across these, right? Like you're just walking, it's like dry grass because it's central Mexico, but you have these little chilitos is what we call them because they look like little peppers, right? And just picking them and eating them. And to me, I just feel so grounded and rooted in my my language, my cultura, my abuelita. Like I was raised by my grandmother for the first 3 years of life, and so there are like I just have really deep roots in Mexico and in my grandmother's land. So lately it's just like really been calling me, and a few days ago even my son, who always says, oh, I hate Mexico, it's so boring, he's 8, he said to me, I miss my abuelita, I miss Mama Feliz. And I was just really struck by it because he constantly says it's boring and he has a desire to go and actually visit. And I think it's just part of his like just growing and maturing as well. So I feel the calling. I hope to be able to make it back soon, but this is where this is my roots. This is where I'm grounded up, and it's in the heart work is how I always lay it out. So what brought me here to this desire to volunteer my free time to the school board, and I am on my 3rd year as a school board member for Salem Keizer. Pleasure to be with you all.
What does it taste like?
It's like a little sweet, a little tangy, a little.
It's not like pepper.
No, not
Okay.
spicy at all. A little crunchy, a little juicy.
Wow.
It's just like very unique, right? And you just spot them. Like you can't just like you don't harvest them in multitudes. You just really come across them, and they're only like a couple weeks probably out of the year because they're little cacti. So I was just very blessed to have spotted one, and honestly, I forgot about even this picture until I was scrolling through. So it's really nice.
Oh, that's me. That's my husband and my daughter, my family. And they ground me. We work really hard, all of us on our own thing. Sophia now lives in California. She's going to school, working, and just busy. But we have a commitment to spend time with each other. So and we're very lucky that a 21-year-old wants to spend time with us. So every time we're going somewhere, she goes, oh, I'll meet you guys there. So they keep me grounded. They are just incredible humans. And that's why also I work really, really hard because I believe in the humans that we are all here raised together and the privilege that we have in raising great humans like Sophia. She's also a Salem graduate. She was also a product of Blanchett Middle School, then we moved to South High School. So we have a lot of great connections with the community and great, I'm very grateful for what these communities have done for these multicultural family, Colombian American, very proud family.
And over how long have you been?
22 years, no, 24 years moving. I love every single job I have.
Stephanie. I've been in Salem Keizer 25 years. I just ended my career as an educator 44 years. And even though I retired June 30th, I decided to volunteer the rest of the summer with this summer camp. And just love opening doors for students, giving them opportunities that they wouldn't otherwise have. These kids were so amazing. I just really appreciate everything that they were able to give. If I could have had two pictures, it would have been my boys. I have two boys, but I was their elementary, middle school, and high school principal, so they're included in this as well. But yeah, yesterday I said bye to my last group of students as they got on the bus. And that's when I really realized I retired. I went home and I was sad. Yeah. It finally hit me.
This is my family. I'm Paul. I've been with, well, first of all, for this photograph, this was, these are my three grandchildren, three boys. I have two sons and they're mid-30s. And my wife, Johanna. This was taken in June on my 40th wedding anniversary. It represents a lot about faithfulness to people, faithfulness to family. These are very special people to me, obviously. It's like this district. I've given my life work here. I started in 1990 as early 30s, scared to death about the responsibility. There was a lawyer in my firm named Bill Paulus who introduced me to working for Salem Keizer. And in around 1995, he had cancer and that didn't practice a day. It didn't practice law a day after the diagnosis. And I was it. And I remember meeting with the then superintendent, Homer Kearns, who Cynthia knew, who said, "Can you do this?" And as a mid-30-year-old, I said, "Absolutely." And I was scared to death for years, just trying to learn how to be a lawyer. And this picture represents what I've tried to be for the school district, which is a stabilizer. When things are bad, when things are hard, I've done my best work as a lawyer to be compassionate, a true teller to clients, to my client, the school board, to superintendents, to many people in this room. It's been a great honor to be the person. I'm not very showy, but all the bad things that didn't happen on my watch I'm really proud of. And it's just an honor to be with you all. I love being around kids. There's neighborhood kids I just love to sit down on the grass with. And this is one of the big attractions to representing a school system, is I really feel, like many of you do, that I have a responsibility for all these kids I don't even know. So anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I've worked for the district since 1990.
Who wasn't born yet?
I don't want Maria to say, yeah, I wasn't even born yet.
I was born in 1995. Well, so I guess that's a good segue into my picture. And this picture was, what, this actually was there, was this 2021?
I think so.
I think so. We were picketing outside of Kurt Schrader's office because he wasn't going to support a pro-worker policy at the federal level. And so that's why I think this picture was kind of scrolling through, and it really just like resonated with me. It was it represents, I'm loud. I'm a former theater kid. I was the president of my drama club when I was in high school. And I'm very like unapologetic about it. And I am very impassioned about the work that I do, supporting our Latino community and supporting our low-income working families. And yeah, this was for International Women's Day. So I was really grateful to get to help lead the picket line for it as well. That's me.
That's me and my mini-me. Yeah, I do a lot of things and try to support my son, let him, grow into the person he is, but I have to rub a little bit of myself onto him, which is a faithful, proud Chivas supporter. Chivas is basically a soccer league team, probably the most famous. Different than others. I thought you guys want to say that. No, but we had the opportunity to go to a game in Mexico and what about difference it is to be at a game here in MLS Stadium. And I'm a love sports, big fanatic, and but also being in the school board, just knew that wanted to make an impact for not just my own two kids, but for all the kids and for all the communities that have been marginalized and voices haven't been there. So to elevate and represent. And that's why I chose to run and get on the school board, and starting in my third year among my colleagues. Couple.
This one's me, sorry. I was flipping through, I have a lot of random photos, I guess, in my blog. I could have chosen many different things. This one just kept coming back and hitting just because it reminds me, even though I don't know if this is in the cars, or it's passenger or whichever, but it's a sunrise. And in Chrissy Hudson elected one month of the school district. I've been volunteering in our district. Salem Keizer was born and raised here, but for 20 years, my nieces, nephews, and children and such. And I've loved all of it, literally every minute. And I'm honored to be a part of the growth of our community, our children, and our people. So that's what this reminds me of. I find myself multiple times in a day in my day job telling I have the opportunity to speak with a lot of families, and they're often broken and they come from all walks of life, and that breaks my heart, and I want them to have the tools and the courage to move forward. So I often will tell them two common things, but basically you've got this. You're a parent. You created this child. Time is going to keep going. All you have to do is find that reason to take that one first step forward and see where that leads you, but do not give up. And yes, don't forget your past, that's fine, but it's a part of you and all of us. We all see the same sunrise and it keeps happening as far as time as we know it now. So that's what popped in my head. Thank you.
Oh, this is me.
Did everybody get a chance? I think we covered, I didn't see, oh no, you're here. Hold on.
I must have set mine to the wrong number.
Maybe I skipped it.
Here,
I think I had it here.
928.
I saw it.
That really represents me. The ability to follow directions.
Hold on, I'll have my go.
All right, as I mentioned, when we first started talking, I went to Liberty Elementary School across town. And this picture was from 68, 69. I would have been there more like, I was there a little later than that. So the reason I chose this picture is because of number 12 on the screen. That was my 5th grade teacher, and her name is Mary Ferry. And she is the reason that I got into education. And when I think back on my elementary years, my mom was really sick at the time. She had multiple sclerosis. And she was reaching a point when I was in 5th grade where she couldn't walk without assistance. And so she was too proud to use a walker or anything. And so when we walked with her, she would put her hand on our shoulder and we would lead her wherever we need to go. And I remember being super nervous about parent conferences coming up because Miss Berry was like my hero. And at that age, you're starting to realize, to understand that other people are also noticing you. And I thought I would be embarrassed in that situation. As we're walking down the hall and I'm assisting her down the hall, I could see Miss Ferry sitting at a kidney-shaped table. We still have those shapes, by the way. And she saw us coming down the hall, and her reaction was so simple that it set me on the path to my career in education. She got up and walked down the hall, and she got on the other side of my mom, and together we walked her into the classroom. And it was such a reminder to me. Not only did I knew I wanted to be in education at that point, but it reminds me always to understand that the little things that we do make a difference. That's why I chose this.
So this is me. This represents me. This is my family and our living room. And the funny thing about this picture is, you look at it like, oh, it's a nice picture. Yeah, there's a lot of things. One is that, we have our work selves, and then we go home and we have our home selves, we can be ourselves, and that's really important to me. And at home, especially during the holidays, I really am like a black version of Clark Griswold. That is, but he's the star of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacations. And I care deeply about family time and making memories with my family and building a good life with my family. And you can see that I got a Wu-Tang sweatshirt, or a Christmas sweater, which is awesome. I love Christmas and I love Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang is for the children. And the last thing that I'll say about this, besides like the above, it's kind of funny that there's a 10-year-old picture of us, is that to create this picture is kind of a struggle, and I think that's what family life is sometimes do. Because like you got the iPhone and like you're trying to position it like in a shoe or something like that. So then you make it look really neat, really quick, and then you go back to the chaos that is being in a house which we love. So that represents me very much.
Then tell us about your kids.
Oh, well, there's my kids. There's Kellen on the right. He's a South Salem graduate. My wife was widowed when I met her, and she had a 9-month-old. And so I adopted, and I didn't meet Kellen until he was 15 months old. So I've been his dad since he was 15.
months old and 15, even though, you know, we have our ups and downs, we have teenagers. And then, Alora's on the right, and, she's 10, and she's just getting back from camp today. She loves reading and writing, and, I make her play basketball. And on the right, the funny thing about her is you'll see she has a stuffy, that she takes with her every single where she goes, no matter what. It's a little box that she's created a jean jacket for, and then persona and pins and jackets, and it has an earring, and no matter where she goes, she takes it with her. And there's our dog Daisy. And wearing a sweater that I did last 1 second. My family. And then my wife would, of course, be really angry. And there's my wife, Miriam. Love her very much. She's we met in the lunchroom at Thurston High School, and she's going on to be a nurse at OHSU. So we know her very much. Thank you.
This is Mimi. So this summer I went to Yosemite, and like Yusuf said, nature is very spiritual to me, and that's where I go to kind of re-energize and recalibrate. And when I went there, I literally felt like I was in heaven, and I was like, the picture doesn't even do it justice. It's magnificent. So I went on a really strenuous hike with my 17-year-old now, and he pushed me to go all the way. I was like, this is far enough, we're good. He's like, no, Mom, we're gonna go all the way. And I was like, okay. So he pushed me to go all the way on that hike that we did, and of course I didn't regret it because it was beautiful. So, yeah. All right. I'm gonna move us on out to our presentation, back to our presentation, but I also just wanted to take a moment to say, like, thank you so much for sharing a little piece of yourself and for being vulnerable and just opening up in the way that you did. I think we all, I think each one you said, like, our version, ourselves here and then our version at home, but there's always an opportunity for us to kind of humanize each other and know that a little bit. And I think this is a great exercise to help us do that. So thank you all for participating.
I also didn't follow the directions again. I've been here for 4 years. And I was like, I'm not gonna forget it.
There's so many things, right? Right.
All right. From Yosemite, we get to move to governance. Sorry about the rough transition.
Come back to the real world.
Yeah.
Real world.
Here we are. I guess this can be spiritual as well. We'll see. So governance is a word that is used all the time in education. It's used when you talk about school boards, and it's a word that we all know, and it's used in a variety of different ways. And depending on the district you're in and the background that you built with the folks that you're governing with, it's used in a variety of different ways, and there's different definitions for it. So today we're going to spend a little time getting the same page regarding what governance is and what specifically that means for Salem Keizer. You've got some sticky notes here in front of you. Jot down a quick definition of how you would define governance as it relates to the school board work that you're doing.
Don't talk to me.
No, yeah, that's your thing. Oh, yeah, you have access to that. People were either sticky notes, what do you come up with?
I wrote down how one represents the interests of the community with policies of support and structure.
The down a process used to inform policy, set goals, and establish a clear and clear.
I did the elementary version, the rules and ways to manage and operate.
Thank you.
That's good.
Leading and guiding by policies established.
I wrote achieving objectives or goals or vision through working with people, organization within the limits of law and resources.
Thank you.
Overseeing ways to better the community through policies and processes. I'm sorry, I should have just read what I wrote straight out. Similar thing, okay. For care and also, kind of carefully weighing things as they come with those policies, current things in place, and considering closely and kind of data collecting for the best outcome for our community.
A method for organizing and guiding the work and role of the school board.
I said the ability to maintain structure, like how everyone can work together effectively. And at a district level, the way I see it is like how you establish like the vision of like district policies.
I wrote down words that associated with governance, which was democratic, open-minded, and united, and like motivated.
Thank you. All right, great definition. Okay, sorry.
Define it all?
Come on.
Life's work.
I worked really
He's
hard.
ready for this.
It's going to include a legal record.
No, class.
Paul is the guru.
The governance, the process used by a corporate body of elected officials and professionals of that body to operate the organization.
You should have done this.
A+.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody want to count that?
Anyone? Way to kill the mood, Paul. Let's, as we look at the dictionary definition, you can see the act of or process of overseeing the control and direction of something. And just to think about it in a different way. There we go. But specifically for school board, to establish the vision and goals and really set the direction for the district. So I'm glad that all of our sticky notes were kind of in that ballpark. I don't know what Paul said, but everyone else, it felt like it was really in the ballpark. So thank you. Here's another way to think about it is you're elected to represent the community which that they serve and their values, their vision, their hopes and dreams for their schools. Osvaldo was talking, I like the phrase he used, to elevate and represent. And I think that this slide can really be narrowed down to those two words. It really is about that to have a clear understanding of the community that you represent and to do that within the agreed upon governance model that the district has agreed on. Not only is it important for us to understand the roles and responsibilities, but to actually research around what good governance means for a district and for students. And specifically, there's been 3 studies that have been pretty impactful. And what it does is it highlights the importance of good governance. And then it also goes on to talk about what are the characteristics of high functioning boards and what can happen if these characteristics are instilled into the work that you do on a regular basis. So not only important to know what page we're on, but also know that it makes a difference in the work. So when you think about the 3 studies, there's the Lighthouse study. This is one that was pretty, in Oregon, this got a lot of traction probably 10 years back. And the Lighthouse study was something that OSBA, they had trainers that they were going out and highlighting the work the findings of this study, and then boards were trying to emulate the characteristics that were represented there. But you can see, I'm gonna read these to you, but through these studies, these are the practices that were found to be most effective for those high performing boards. So if you look at, if you were to have a few minutes to look at this and think about some of the patterns and some of the overlap that happened with it, between at least two of these studies, working together and collaborating is definitely an overlap here. You can see that in the words. Understanding the roles is something that's an overlap. Focusing on student achievement. And then the other one is focusing on setting goals and vision. So when you think about the research and what it can mean for students that are impacted by a high performing board, it really causes you to pause and think about how you're going to function together. So you want to...
Yeah, I went out when we were talking about this, I was telling Mike that I wanted to share that if you look back at Hillsborough, 10 years, we go look back at our data, our performance data, just like 1 point, you can look at graduation rates. We have not always been a high functioning board, and the data shows that. If you go back 10 years and then look at from 2017 till now, 7 years forward, our graduation rates have kept going up every single year, and we're nearing 87%, which for us, we are always talking about, like, how do we keep the focus on achievement? And then also, how do we relate to one another? And our board has been, I think, a huge leap from where they were before, and how the board was a little bit dysfunctional, and that really showed in how our students performed, and there was a correlation there. So I think when I was hearing the studies, especially like how through SBA, I learned more about it, but also just understanding that this isn't just like a nice thing to have, like for us just to get along, or for us to like, but it actually results in our students having better results in the future. And so that for me was like, okay, like this is my work to do on this board to ensure that we're being really high. And I was chair there for 2 years. And we did have a little bit like everybody during COVID, but we're right back there. We didn't stay down there, we're right back there. So I just wanted to go back.
One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to look at the 8 characteristics that NSBA have identified for high performing boards. And we're just going to get into some groups to do this. So I know that the room is a little bit challenging, but it's probably good for us to get up and move here for a minute. And what we're going to ask you to do is to look at these, and then I put your name next to the characteristic that I'm asking that you look at. And once I give you these, you'll have an opportunity to meet in groups and to talk further with it. And we'll meet for about 10 minutes or so. And during that time, if you could think about the characteristic as it's written, but then write it in your own words so that you know what it means to you. And then when you come back and report out, not only will you share out your own words, but think of an example of how that can be done within this district. So how you can emulate that characteristic as a whole. Okay. So our first group, let's have Satya, Ashley, and Linda. You guys meet together, and there's spaces.
There's one little table over there, right? And there's another little table.
Yeah, there's a second.
Yeah. Then there's Chrissy, Maria, and Queen. You can meet together. Great.
That's free now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, no, not, no, you don't have to. No, you can.
Okay.
Oh, here's that.
Did I get a copy of story?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
And we've got Osvaldo, Cynthia, and not alone now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All three of them. Yeah, better when you need here.
There's also a shape that that way.
Oh.
All right,
Wherever you want.
you're traveling with an insider.
No.
Oh, yeah. That feels like I got it.
That's old to,
Maybe
I told them that it was just a little sheep. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
Interagency.
All right. Let's go ahead and get started. First of all, I hope you had a chance to dig in a little bit to some of these characteristics and what they might mean for the district. Let's just go down and we'll start with A and work our way down. If you could, who's ever got A next to their name, you could read it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Number one, if you could read number one and read it as it is. And then if you could also tell us how you put it in your own words. And then what that also means for as a district.
we did roles and responsibilities.
Okay, my apologies. We'll do that. When it comes to roles and responsibilities.
They did this in
What did we do?
Yeah.
I think we did the wrong exercise.
Yeah, we did the wrong exercise.
Oh, my apologies.
That's okay.
Let's we'll just
But save that one.
yeah, we'll punt a little bit. Let's go through. I really apologize for that. Let's look at these are the characteristics of effective school boards, and not nearly as exciting as the scenarios. I will tell you that.
Yeah.
But it's super important when it comes to how people achieve. When you look at the NSBA put together these characteristics, and again, these were highlighted as those things that would make the biggest difference for boards becoming high performing and making impact when it comes to student achievement and not just student achievement, but changing the student experience. Oftentimes when we hear about plans to make change in districts or various initiatives, one of the questions I think that we should immediately ask is how is that going to change the student experience? And is that change going to be for the better? And that's a question that I think is really important to ask and to keep centered, especially in our work as a leadership team and support member. So, so these are the characteristics. Let's just do it this way. We'll go around. I'm going to ask a board member to read one of these, and then let's talk about what this means in terms of work in the Salem Keizer School District, how board members can help make these characteristics come to life within the district. So number one, Chrissy, could you read that one for us?
And number one, yes, you receive multiple complaints from.
No, sorry.
Oh, sorry, number one, I'm like, oh, maybe he means A, I was going to clarify.
We'll save your paper for later.
Yeah.
Many practices of communication, thank you. Okay, so commit to a vision of high expectations for student achievement and quality instruction and define clear goals toward that vision.
When you hear that, what does that mean as a board?
As a board, I believe it means that we're obligated to uphold that. And ideally, ethically, individually, we have high expectations of ourselves, but to have a bar and keep an eye basically on what you just said is how will this affect the community and will it better the community, and kind of strive and collaborate to meet the best option and outcome that we can come up with. That's in a nutshell, vaguely, I guess, how I perceive that. I'm clear. Do you want me to do a step? I can talk and talk if you need to talk
Well,
forever.
let's invite other people into the conversation. When you hear number one, how does that feel as a district? What would, as a board, you need to do to make sure that this characteristic was happening within the district?
I would say, you want to have to provide the students with the academic rigor, right? For them to be exposed to opportunities, to take advantage of the opportunity that'll empower them academically and personally. That also means as a district, there has to be an understanding your students, who they are, and what is it going to take, what kind of wraparound services, support services, opportunities to engage and uplifting them and making course corrections as you go, so that the instruction is there, that they can succeed, and we're seeing higher numbers of success among the students. Ultimately, we're doing what our goal is to graduating for those next steps.
As board members, when you're talking to the community, there are going to be times where you hear statements like those students, or you're talking about a particular group of students. And one of the things that I would encourage you to do, and we've tried to make a practice, is to talk about students as our students and not those students. In education and oftentimes in communities, one of the things that people love to do is to sort kids. They sort kids into this pile or this pile, and this student must be this way because they've got these characteristics. And anything that you can do to fight that notion and to talk about students as our students, as an entire community, as a district, is really going to help meet this first characteristic. Let's move on to number two. Have shared beliefs and values know what's possible for students and their ability to learn, and of the system and its ability to teach all of the children at high levels. We're going to talk to a partner about what that means for you as a whole. Just have a quick 1 minute conversation.
I'm sure.
I would say,
Are you feeling excluded again? Oh, you look so great.
I'm like, okay.
I don't really know. I mean, I think piggybacking on that, I guess, for following number one, like strategic planning board. So every 3 months we're gonna look at this. Yeah. For me, we're finding what our like what our it would like this right
I mean,
that would be saying like education and like every student the board will be in our district's ability to teach our children at a level.
Yeah. Where the chief can allow for changes or to best organization that that's about and that's
Yeah, that's they have
So that we and we have to go with that mindset.
So yeah, maybe saying all the value of public
Irrespective of where
maybe trying to share that.
today we are,
Say it to the
we have
community
to
and
have a
it's worth
program.
Let's hear what you came up with here.
What's going to be fine.
We have a group that wants to share on this one.
Doctors and scientists and engineers from different communities.
Okay.
Makes sense.
We,
That way,
go ahead.
from anywhere,
Right.
and reach that.
I can go.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks, Ashley.
Well, I started with, I guess what the opposite would look like would be, constantly talking about public school not being able to achieve high levels and that the public school is broken and that, education is going backwards. And so if we perpetuate that kind of rhetoric at all as a board, it really undermines the continuity of an effective school board. So constantly believing in the value of public education, promoting what we do as a district, and knowing that as we continue to drive towards higher and higher levels of achievement, that it is possible within this district.
Really love that. As you know, one of the things I think for us to keep in mind is that belief that through the roles that you're currently holding, whether it's the executive team or as a board member, your belief that the district can pull this off is paramount in it actually happening, and the tone and the beliefs that are set throughout the district. So when you're out and about and people are talking about maybe, their beliefs about what kids can be successful and what kids can't be successful, you chiming in and just really sharing your belief that of course we can do this, and here's the pathway that we can take to get there. It's going to be really important. It just built confidence in the district in a really powerful way. Anyone else have any thoughts on?
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, we were just discussing this, for me, I kind of like to see it like every seed can be a tall tree if we can create the right soil conditions and support it. So I see there is potential in all children to reach the top, scientists, engineers, etc. I call it like lost Einsteins because of our low expectation. So if we can, then we have to start with that vision and then start asking how do we allocate resources and support and narrative and encouragement to our district and staff and community to continue to believe that. And then we can really start seeing more people, future leaders coming from all communities. Growth mindset is what I was calling it. So that growth mindset can mitigate anything else. Otherwise, they will start having inadequacies internalized. We can overcome that if we can create that growth mindset and create that as an alternative narrative.
Thank you.
I don't know that making sense or not, but that's how I see.
Yes, thank you.
Just quickly, I focus on the first part, which is how Shark believes in values. That doesn't say everyone believes in values the same thing, right? It's about finding also the common ground and finding some alignment and recognizing that we are individuals, but as a board, like we have to find where we share beliefs and values. And so just focusing on that, on like what we can agree, what we can align, and also recognizing that there's always we might not sometimes be able to do that like fully, but maybe around the edges.
Taking a look at number 3, are accountability driven, spending less time on operational issues, more time focused on policies to improve student achievement. I think this one's interesting because as board members, I would guess when you're out in the community or your neighbors see you walking your dog, they want to talk to you about operational issues, or they want to talk to you about personnel issues. It's probably not very often that they come to you and say, hey, let's talk about student achievement, let's talk about policies. Right? I mean, that just doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, I never had someone say, let's talk about policy KG.
No. What? Really? So, so this one I think is really hard for board members to stay focused on, and know that staying and focused on this is what is going to get you the outcomes that you're after. Any thoughts on this one when it comes to being accountability? But I want to go through the other board members first before any board members that haven't shared yet. What's this one mean to you? Accountability driven.
I mean, I take this as two different ways. One, both like accountability driven in the sense that we are making sure that we're holding the district accountable to maintain number two, which is like supporting and making sure that our students are high achievers. But then also we're accountable to the community in the work that we're doing, so that so we're accountability driven in that we're the ones that are holding the district accountable, and then accountability driven in that the community holds us accountable to make sure that we're implementing policies to continue that work. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I had a quick thought thing on that too, like accountability to ourselves, right? Like what, checking ourselves constantly, like, am I within like the scope of my responsibilities? And like, am I doing what I'm, here to do? And so it's the other areas to that. So, as individuals and as a collective.
So this is a complicated one because when parents contact us, they are directly impacted by the implementation and operational challenges. When we participate as a board director, we focus on policies and goals and making sure accountability. So on a given individual case, it is not the policy, the implementation and how it gets pulled that thing. And then that leaves the family suffering, and they don't have a way to, seem to have a way or voice to close the gap. So they see policy change, and the policy change eventually implementing, and then the outcome not going to address their today's problem. So there is a tension that I see happening and lack of clarity. If we tell the policy families that, we are only a policy board, we don't have anything to do, then that leads to a bad taste, and the families feel that nobody is there to speak.
We'll be talking about that a little later today.
I don't know, but does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. And I think it's important we all get on the same page there in terms of what an appropriate response is that doesn't leave them hanging, leave the family hanging, while at the same time being within our role.
Well, you did kind of say earlier in the last one, we're talking about, hey, of course, we can get there together for our students, and here's the ways that we can. So kind of the same, if they come to us with an operations issue, say it's something that's being addressed, whichever, then we can talk about, well, possibly, depending on where this is at and so on. But here's some follow-up, some things that could happen afterwards so that they might feel reassured, but we're still under our definition and boundaries to help them kind of meet both sides there. I don't know, possibly that's the way
Thank you. Let's move on to number 4. Cynthia, would you mind reading this one for us?
Have a collaborative relationship with staff and the community, and establish a strong communication structure to inform and engage both internal and external stakeholders in setting and achieving district goals. That's a mouthful.
That's there's clearly some key terms in there, right? The communication structure, which we're going to be spending time on a little later today. Is it important when it came up as a pattern in our conversations, our individual conversations as well. And then that collaborative relationship with staff as well, with staff and the community, I think is also an important call out as well. It is hard for a board member to, unless it's been deliberately covered and spoken about and agreed upon, to understand what that appropriate relationship with staff looks like and what's appropriate and what's not appropriate when it comes to contacting folks. Over and over again, if you hang out with OSBA very often, you will find that a regular concern that comes up is that moving into the personnel realm of things, as opposed to staying focused on the higher vision of the district. So not uncommon at all, but having that appropriate communication structure in place, understanding the roles and responsibilities is going to help get at this in a really big way.
I think to Satya's point earlier, there is this tension naturally that occurs and this like fine balance that you have to do of staying collaborative, staying engaging and communicating, but at the level that is your scope of the work that you do and not the level that is either staff, executive team or teachers. Like you kind of have, you learn how to gauge like, okay, is this within my responsibility or is it somebody else's? So then let me make sure that we're good, but you're still trying to maintain that positive engagement and also still be approachable because that's the community that you're representing and you want them to come to you and talk to you. So there is that natural tension that occurs in balance that you kind of have to do really critical thinking and judgment in that moment.
Well, I think like as a parent in the district, we end up like having to hold like two different buckets because like, I mean, we go from being able to just like approach our teacher or approach our principal to talk about our student, but then like in the school board role, like that you have to be very careful because then, yeah, you're dipping right into that operational thing. And I think that's maybe kind of like a distinction that we haven't like been fully able to articulate.
I'm always like a pro tip because I was also a parent, but like I would always email from my personal email to like teachers and stuff. I would never use my board email at all to engage with staff if it was something for, and I don't actually engage with staff at that level, only cabinet, but I never use my like HSD email because of course it has your signature on it. It's kind of
yeah, I would use my partner like that. They're the ones to contact and everything. I'm like, no one talks to me.
Right. Those are like the kind of parameters you have to deal with.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody would ever want you to give up your advocacy for your own kid, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, a teacher, a principal, anyone in this building, they see you as a board member before they see you as anything. And so just recognizing the impact that you're having when you go out and have those conversations is an important realization.
The power dynamics change, and that's real.
Erica always used her district email when she emailed me. I'm with her. And she put in really big letters, board chair. Yeah. Oh, please. Yeah, sorry.
So for number 4, what comes to mind is, we receive a lot of emails at the district level, every day, phone calls. And oftentimes those calls come into us and we're not the right ones to handle the issue. We refer it back to where the problem can be solved. And so as I look at number 4 here, and I'm thinking in the context of the board and your comment, Dr. Chandra-Geary and others, it might be developing an understanding of where the concern is best resolved. Oftentimes the concerns that come up to this level, you can't resolve. You can listen, but it's not your problem to solve. It's the principal's problem to solve, or the classroom teacher's problem to solve. And knowing what those routes are to ensure that the constituent has their issue addressed. Maybe that's something that we can cultivate so that when you're confronted with that information, you feel confident in directly to go back to the right person to solve that problem, even if it's asking us for help first.
And that's a great point because I think about a lot of times you want it to be at the lowest level because that is also at the level that relationship will continue. So when they resolve the conflict or they resolve the issue, they're still going to see each other the next day or what an engagement, and you want that relationship to be preserved and to be, instead of inserting yourself in the middle of it. And the other piece to that I like what you said about, you know, referring or knowing as a board member, sometimes one of the things that we did as well was like, oh, I remember somebody emailed about that. And then I would just say, hey, whatever happened with this, did this get, and then I would get back, oh yeah, this is what happened. I'm like, oh yay, like just getting that circle back of like, oh yeah, this was resolved at that level. And it's reassuring for me to know that the staff handled it and they did what they do. And that's something that we always ask back is like, when we get those kind of requests, they circle back to us and they say, hey, this is how it was resolved. And that's really great for us to build that, also that just reassurance and trust that things get resolved at the lowest level.
Please.
So I don't want to say I struggle with some of this, but I roll it around in my head a lot. The intersection between sort of policy governance and operations, which I know is like at the crux of what we're talking about. But in a large bureaucracy, I think it's hard for those two things not to be inextricably linked almost always. So when we're elected to try to change culture or, you know, include people that have been historically left out or those types of things, I feel like you can set policy, but you have to have conversations about how it plays out on the ground. And so knowing that appropriate boundary of not getting into the day-to-day, but understanding how the policy impacts the day-to-day or challenging the way the day-to-day has been working gets messy. And so I guess my question is, then is it most appropriate for a board director to have that kind of conversation with the superintendent and then leave, you know, I know I wouldn't directly contact people on cabinet to say like, how about you try this differently? But if you want the district to do something differently operationally because of the intersection with policy, do you just discuss that with the superintendent directly always?
I was like, I just wrote down something when I was thinking, I think that you started kind of my train of thought in this, but exactly this, we had a situation where we have a policy. The policy led to the events to unfold the way that they should unfold based on the policy. That doesn't mean that I was happy with it or that I felt like, you know what, well, this is what our policy did and we did exactly what the policy said. But I was like, I feel like there could have been a better way of doing these things. But instead of like, you know, arguing with staff or doing something, I just said, why don't we bring this up? Let's go look at that policy. If that's not the outcome that we want to happen, what is within our role in our space that we engage in? So let's go and actually look at the policy. So we talked to our chair, superintendent, and, you know, as a board collectively, we're like, yeah, staff followed the policy. Everybody played by the rules that we have, but it still didn't feel right. It just didn't feel like the outcome that we wanted. So then we added it to the future agenda and say, let's go look at that policy. And we gave staff a chance to like, you know, kind of take a first chance at rewriting some things based on what we gave them the feedback that we would have liked to happen in that space. They came back with the revisions and we said, yes, this is like the extra things that we would want to happen, you know, when this, and then they went also and talked to the other party and said, you know, even though this is exactly how our policy is written out, we are going to do our work and change it so that we can have a better outcome and work around it. So that's within our kind of role, but we went back and reworded and made some changes. So now we have a different policy in place that meets what we want the outcome to be.
I would just add two things to that. That all started because that situation played out several times over the last several years, but that all started with a conversation with the superintendent. And they brought it to their team so they could do some review on it as well. And so that's where that all started. And then the other thing I would say that we believe was good practice was when a policy was passed or altered in some, we would set a time in 8 months, we're going to revisit, we're going to look back at this and report to the board how this is playing out. And so that's just something that was a rhythm of the work that we did. And it was helpful for board members because if you don't do that, you could wonder, well, I wonder how that ever went. So
Yeah.
those are a couple of things that
Thank you.
Erica, what you just described. So this made me think, sometimes as a policy board, what is, it can lead to disparate impact of that policy. And you see that unfolding, whether it is disparate impact, right? It's not intended, but unfortunately, that's what happened. The second challenge I struggle is, what is the role for board policy directors or board directors for informed oversight to make sure that the disparate impact is happening or not happening, so that unintended, it's not like anybody says this is the way it should be, but the disparate impact can be there. No policy is perfect. Every policy can have blind spots. So how can that, I hope somewhere today we will discuss the tension and the oversight piece, informed oversight.
Yeah, and of course, we only have one day today, and there's a lot of stuff, we're trying to cover governance right now, but we do have like roles and responsibilities.
Okay.
I think we can touch a little bit more on this particular, how do you navigate that in the seat that you hold?
I think we will get to that too when we talk about the results part of the monitoring of results and monitoring of the executive limitations. But on this topic, I also just want to add this question of the tension of what happens when the operational part of policy implementation doesn't feel the way that the community or our staff or students or you expected it to feel. And I think one part of the answer is that there is a method through which if there is disparate impact, you are confident you will hear about it from us, because we are confident that we've had a way of measuring that and knowing if it was happening. But the second part that is sometimes a challenge, or has been a challenge in my work, is that when the implementation isn't going the way that a board expected, sometimes your view of the issue is not a match to our view of the issue. And it's because we have different sources of information. And it makes me think a little bit of a scene in a movie that it's got these giant elephants and they're trying to like move around in this big open space, and these tiny little lines start wrapping around their legs. And you can see them like still trying to move, but they're getting tighter and tighter until eventually the whole thing comes down. And when you see it happen, you're like, how did those tiny lines bring that whole giant animal down? That's what it can feel like to us, I think, when we're trying to move a big piece of work through hundreds or maybe even thousands of people. And as we're trying to move, questions around whether that movement is the right movement, is it happening in the right sequence, is it going the way expected? When those questions start coming, it's easy for us to start staggering a little bit. And then we start trying to answer all the questions, provide all the data, but also keep the project moving. And sometimes we actually confound ourselves, I think, and limit our own progress. I hope that there is a way today to start getting really clear about how and when those questions get raised for action that help us keep the work moving while still responding. Because the work in the vision that number 1 and 2 set out is so complex and important. That momentum, intentional momentum, is like 2/3 of the playbook. And I think that in the end, we're going to discover that communication and shared roles is the underlying key to maintaining that momentum.
I love that visual you provided. It's so good. When Erica was talking about when we started to see our biggest growth was after we got clear on roles, responsibilities, and what the governance structure was. it is exactly the picture that's just been painted is, once we had clarity on that, the staff was no longer chasing their tails because there was one-offs coming at them from a variety of different directions. And that was incredibly helpful to free up that time, or to free up chasing after something that wasn't highly focused and important on the work that we'd all agreed.
And we were like organized as a board too, to say, we're gonna implement that, we're gonna come back in 6 months and look at it, get an update. So we didn't have to worry about like, something new is changing and we don't know if it worked or not.
Right.
So they would come back and then inform, these are the things that you voted on, or these are the things that you decided to try. And here's so far the outcome, but you have to give it a chance to breathe. Like you have to give it an opportunity to collect data so that you can then decide this is working, is it not. It kind of has to breathe on its own for a little while and then get you some information back.
On to number 5 here. Linda, would you mind reading this one?
Are data savvy. They embrace and monitor data even when the information is negative and use it to drive continuous improvement.
Thank you. As a board, if we could have everybody in the room just turn and talk for a minute. What is the data that you believe is appropriate for the board to have access to? So just staff, if you would have the same conversation board too, just
That
lift
will
a
be
few.
helpful to them, yeah.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to hear it. So go ahead and talk for a minute.
Just for. Measure like.
Something on safety, something on.
Yeah. Like, you know, benchmarks, like I was gonna go and like roll up and just start on the report. When we've been talking about, and then couple up with like our social and emotional data, because I wanna know.
Because
How we're achieving our feeling,
we
you know,
like to,
safe and
figure out which
included,
and sometimes
because
we
they
don't
need to
see
understand
it. And that's sometimes counterintuitive.
yeah, I feel like.
For
That's my understanding of
seeing,
like,
negative data, whether it's,
like, and then
or was it negative? And we should know what's address it, identify the cost as it was. Why is this thing so much? Why is it even getting like why is it?
Yeah, be more focused on it.
You know, like if someone like let's say someone here that needs to be with, oh, I don't like this, but all right, what data is.
So
we should be, some of us should be about that. However, you know, address that is like having a,
but what he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Negative data. Think, okay, those ones I can keep those in mind. Again, earlier directly
It goes up and everybody. Have somebody.
So yeah, that's the meeting after I get out.
It shouldn't be too much.
And I'm like, oh, I guess either way,
let's see, you know,
you know,
like, you know,
I don't know how.
but for whatever reason, it didn't work out.
I mean, I think Soviet really launched
Be able to, I think like I said earlier, we should be able to like
we haven't been given
acknowledge that we
detailed conversation.
but so
Throughout the year, because I think it was data
if we let that happen and then move forward, then as board, I don't think we ever are supposed to do.
So,
You wouldn't be representing.
you know, I wanna know, like.
Let me go back. We wouldn't be like clearly representing like, you know, what each and every one of
That
them.
data.
We can wrap it up in 30 seconds.
There you go. Right. Yeah. And, I mean, I'm interested.
Good. And I included it in every family plan. And the new instances.
Okay, let's hear what you came up with. We're gonna ping pong back and forth between staff and board on this one. So someone on the staff side, what are some data points that you came up with that you thought might be important?
Key performance indicators, so achievement data, attendance data, reading data.
Okay, thank you. Someone on the board?
To Nico's point, I would say the correlation of intersectionalities of, well, if, you know, part of ninth grade, for example, here, for ninth grade on track. Where the students really found and then why, understanding the performance, the teacher performance data. If you can correlate the students that are failing and look at the teacher. And then also the subject, the curriculum, digging deep into how's it being taught. So that type of data, whether it's better sexuality correlated right to student achievement. Yeah.
Thank you.
We discussed an emphasis on budget, keep an eye on that, therefore we can understand basically how focused and tight we need to hone in on certain priority goals, what those absolute priorities are, and then following up with those things to meet and make sure, again, we're most effective. I can elaborate if you need, but
Thank you.
thank you. Awesome.
You want to go?
Bob and I like the fact that this item really started with our data tabby. And there's lots of data points that are important that very valid reasons to monitor, but it's always important to be mindful of what the data does and does not say. And so being data savvy, I think, is key to all of this conversation.
That's such a good point about what it doesn't say, and harder to interpret. I mean, you got to dig to find that, right? Yeah, really important. Thank you.
I like that one for this.
Yeah.
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 Are we looking at the referrals? Are we looking at who wrote those referrals and all of that? That's where you find out the data you need. And does it really equate to the outcomes that we're getting?
Right.
And what we discussed are the data that inform the governance policy. So if we elevate ourselves again as a board and look at what our roles and responsibilities are and those things to which we're holding us accountable, that's outlined within the governance policies. And a lot of what I've already heard talked around here doesn't fit within the governance policy to get really.
I appreciate that, Suzanne, because I heard from my counterpart, right, like information about safety, social well-being and academic. But the first thing that came to mind is like data that is referenced in, what's the word? I don't know what I wrote, but yeah, essentially like the data that is referenced in our policies that we are saying this is the word policy. So whatever that is, that's what we have for the anything and adjustment.
Can I actually add one thing to that? Even though not every important data point can be referenced in policy, I do think there are ways to have rich board discussions that staff show up ready to talk about, not just a point, but the way that we know how it's going more broadly. And I think if we use Cynthia's example, like there are ways to show up with a data presentation around, for example, suspensions that would have allowed for a portion of the restorative practices information to be shared, would allow for some thoughtful contributions about what we're seeing and what we're doing next in order to achieve the goal that the policy describes. There are expansive ways to do it that I think will help the board escape this bind that you might feel that you're in, where you can only talk about this one little slice. Well, it's actually more like the top of the iceberg of things that we would be able and eager to share more about if we got into a routine that allowed for it.
Well, we were discussing the same thing, you know, safety, literacy, and our children and families feeling that they belong there. And to show a trend and also and letting community know what the data means and have access to some simple data, not like drinking from a fire hydrant kind of data, but just key things to show that, because without having that understanding, you can't really talk equity. Because then you don't know what the gaps are, how you're going to. So when you go back to the community, explaining to them, this is what the data means, this is the data that's available. So some kind of community facing, so communities can speak, they might, that otherwise equity becomes our idea of what the community needs as opposed to what the gaps. That also becomes solved. The community won't develop capacity building to ask for what they need. That's my question.
One thing that I wanted to have is also data on like our own work. So like a self-reflection. I mean, we would need to identify criteria for that, but sort of like what are we doing well? What could we be doing better? And data on like policy implementation. So like, we're directing the district into specific work, just getting feedback on that. As I think as Erica was mentioning, with like circling back. I'd love to hear if our student advisors have anything.
Well, Patrick and I were talking about how when looking at data, it's really important to like also embrace like the negative data because it shows like a lot of growth and where like goals need to be met and like where as a board like where we should like be kind of like focusing.
Kind of adding on to what she was saying, it's really important to again acknowledge like where we messed up in a way and how we can improve so that we can make better, I guess, policies or make better decisions as a board to benefit all the students and the community overall.
I can just expand, love that. Thank you for sharing that. I think one of the practices that is helpful is when data is shared, we're not just sharing data and implementing over it, but we're also explaining what's the plan we have in place to address it. So exactly what you're saying.
And I was going to add to that too, that it's kind of towards your point, Christine, of looking at the budget. Then you start, when you have community members saying, why are you spending money on this program or on this thing? Or our data shows that this group of students really needs these supports or whatnot. This is our data showing. That's why we're targeting our money in this specific area because we're trying to make an improvement. So there's a correlation of you as a decision-making body of where you spend the money and how the data informs that. I think the other piece that I wanted to share about data a lot is that for community, you have to be able to tell a story and distill that information in a way that is relevant to them to understand what's happening in our district. Showing charts and showing bar graphs really isn't that well received by community. For them, it's about the stories. For them, it's about the students, and that's the work that you highlight and you put and set as yourself as a goal if that's something that you want to do. And that in turn is also qualitative data, not just quantitative of the number of students and how many are reading at this level, but what is the experience of students and families in our district? And how do you measure that? And how do you share that? And that's looking at data, not just from like an operation side, but like from the human side. And how do you are able to tell that story? So I think this concept of data savvy is just such a big space that it's not just in one kind of area, but it's also it's like right and left brain, one of the things of it.
You want to take number 6?
Yeah, so number 6, align and sustain resources, such as, there's an H missing there, professional development to meet district goals, according to researchers, Rotary Coleman, effective board style responsibility to maintain high standards, even in the midst of budget challenges. So I don't know about your board, but our board has a budget for professional development that we set aside for our board. And when we first came together, a lot of us were new. All of us come from a different background and different type of experience that we might have. I think we only had one board member that actually came from education, that was a teacher. So understanding the education system and like how that works was completely new to a lot of us. And also just even different topics around budget, equity, trauma-informed care, like just different things that we didn't have any experience in. And so when we're trying to have a conversation in the boardroom and we all don't have the same language or don't have the same level of understanding about a particular subject, it could be chaotic. So one of the things that we decided as a board was like, let's invest in training ourselves. And what I think about this is, it comes to mind as well, is that when I went to school, things were a lot different. And every time things keep changing and changing, it's not going to be the same like when you went to school. Everything's different, right? I didn't have to deal with Common Core, but I did have to deal with it with my kids, and I had to learn how to do that. So there's all these things that change, but we haven't taken the time to maybe unlearn some things that we don't do anymore, relearn some things that we forgot about, and then learn new things. Because we're modeling the same behavior to our students to be lifelong learners. And so as board members, that was something that we said, okay, if we want to model this, and we have to do it ourselves too. So we brought in either trainers or we ourselves took ourselves and rotated with us, going to different conferences or things that we found. We actually did like a book club sometimes. We chose a book as a board and we read it together. So we just did a lot of things to try to build up our capacity so that we had at least the same language when we were engaging in these topics that we already had planned out. Like, here's what we're going to be touching on or learning about as a board throughout the year. And so we planned our professional development also around that. So with that, I just wanted to see if there was any thoughts that you had already thought about of things that you could do for your board or ideas that anybody else.
As you're thinking about that, one of the things that also does, it sends an important message. During tough budget times, oftentimes what will happen is people they'll come up with suggestions on how you should save that money or make the reductions. And, it is very likely that we're headed towards tough budget times again. So this is cyclical, unfortunately, in the state of Oregon. We had a value that we would double down on professional development during hard times. Because as class sizes, we were in a situation where they increased class sizes, as class sizes increased, as students returned from the pandemic, and we found that their needs had changed in a pretty significant way. Pulling away from professional development at that time felt like the wrong move for us. So I like that this one talks about in the midst of budget challenges, you don't back away from maintaining those high standards and giving the staff and the board members the professional development that they need to fully understand the issue and to deal with the issue.
Was that something agreed upon the entire board or brought forward as a recommendation by your board leadership?
I think it was part of one of our goals for ourselves, like in the beginning of that year, and then it just became part of our culture as a board.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important because I mean, like, a lot of us like on this board, either coming from like immigrant backgrounds or like lower socioeconomic statuses, like the concept of governance is just like so aloof. So, I mean, I think like just like recognizing that like this isn't something, it's like reading parenting books. Like you're not just going to inherently know how to do this. Like you need some feedback, some support, some resources. and investing that time to be able to do that.
So I like this idea because just in addition to Maria, so we also went through tough times during the pandemic and social unrest. None of us knew what in the world was going on, right? No university could have prepared us, no part of the planet could have. OSBA was a big refuge. Dr. Brian Marks came and spoke. Then we invited him to speak to us. Each of us went through 12 hours and even some of the staff. I think that was like a big relief. And so having that opportunity is very critical. And also for me, like finding a mentor was very important, like Dr. Salem Keizer. It's very lonely journey, to be honest. It's, we have to fake it till we make it. Sorry to use that language because we all pretend like we know something sometimes, but we have to be vulnerable and honest and say, I really don't know what the heck is it. Sorry, my language. So you're just flying without knowing how to fly. So we need that help. Otherwise, we can run into mistakes. We don't know. Even simple things like what is a civil right I had to go learn and things like that. So really, it's a very complicated system. It's an animal by itself. So we have to be learning, and that's what I found very hard in the beginning.
I think that's why conversations like this are so important, just to take the time to do this. And sometimes it feels like maybe this isn't worth the time, or you're thinking, really, we're gonna spend time on that. It sets the stage for everything that you do, and it helps you move quicker everywhere else. So, well, good investment of your time. Let's look at number 7. We're going to be talking a lot about this throughout the day, so I'm just going to read this and move on after that. Lead as a united team with the superintendent, each from their respective roles, with strong collaboration and mutual trust. We're going to continue to talk about that. And number 8 is exactly what's happening right now. Take part in team development training, sometimes with their superintendents, to build shared knowledge, values, and commitments to their improvement efforts. Again, a good use of your time. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for giving up your Saturday to do this. As we've gone through these characteristics of effective school boards, you can see that all of these items are attainable. But all of these items also are going to take deliberate focus and purposeful action for it to occur. And it's going to be a set of constant reminders of what's necessary and what is the most effective use of your time in order to get the results for the students that we're after. Regardless of the governance model that's in place, these characteristics are still hold for boards. And the more tightly that we exhibit these characteristics, the more likely that we're going to have those high performing outcomes that we're after. Andrea is going to talk a little bit about the Salem Keizer governance model and just work to get everybody on the same page regarding what that model looks like when we're involved.
This might officially be my least interesting title ever. But I think that there's ways to take a kind of a loose concept and make it really human. And one of the ways, I think, as we've been talking about, is to start it with a story. So I'm going to start with a very short story. In a previous district, we changed the policy governance. So we kind of did the reverse, where most of Oregon, I think, is more in traditional governance, and we're the only ones in policy governance. In our previous district, we made the leap from traditional governance to policy governance, and it truly took me 2 years to figure it out. And it's because it actually is a very hard thing at first, at least for me, to wrap my mind around. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around the idea that there's a path forward that really works, where boards establish what must happen, establish what can't happen, and then everything else is left to the district. And so we learned so many interesting and in some cases hard lessons by making that shift. And I'm super grateful for that as a learning experience because it gives me a way to be really understanding about how this is a tricky thing for us to figure out together. I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna talk to most of you. I've showed this deck to a lot of you, but I've talked to most of you at least at some level about this. I'm gonna jump in at the highest level and then just pause in a few places for discussion. But I think the most important thing that I want to center on right now is that a board is super powerful with policy governance. A board can make almost anything that they want to have happen or want to prevent from happening by passing a policy that establishes it. And that means that for boards to really live into your full power, it means seeing policy as your primary lever for change. And so I think it was Ashley that was talking earlier about feeling caught in that tension between what was supposed to happen and how it was actually going. That's where, you know, if you're truly pleased or truly displeased with the way something is going, there's always a mechanism to establish expectations or clarify it. On the staff side, the part that is equally like challenging and mystifying is often, well, do we have to ask the board permission for that? Over and over, we kept saying like, I guess we need to ask the board permission. Well, we better tell the board about that. And after a while, we started to say to ourselves, they don't want to hear it. They want to know how it's going. They want to know if we're achieving our goals, and they want us to demonstrate that we're not breaking any of the rules of the road. And the rest of it, we have to stop talking about all the time. And this really changed the way we started to relate to each other. And it was initially hard, but later on, it did start to lead to a really healthy relationship because we knew with absolute certainty what you expected of us. There was no question in our mind. And we knew that we were going to be showing up all the time with results, and they weren't always good. So that number one on the basics of policy governance is in my mind the most important part for this slide, which is if it matters to this body, you have the mechanism and we need the clarity of it being named by policy. Because in the absence of it, we're going to keep doing everything we can to achieve the goals you've already set for us. The second piece that I want to pull out from my story that really, I think changed the way we all thought about our work in a positive way is the way that we talked about results publicly. And Satya, you were talking about public dashboards. Mm-hmm. And then we started talking about how line charts aren't always what communicates effectively to the public. I think that there's a path where we think about our conversations about performance as very public conversations. And they sometimes include stories. They sometimes include, well, they always include data. They sometimes include stories. But they always are a really honest version of progress in that moment. Because if you've said that it matters, then we should know how we're doing, and you deserve to know exactly what we know about how we're doing. So that's the kind of the big learnings from a couple of years that I extracted from that great part. In this colorful left side of the slide, this is like a super high level summary right now. If you guys have spent time with the policies, the BGs are the things that talk about how you will behave as a board. And in fact, your self-assessment was mostly from the BGs. The BGs don't tell us what to do as a district. They just help us know what you believe your job is. The BSLs, and there's only 3, the BSLs tell us how you're going to interact with us around your expectations. What's the actual mechanism through which that's going to happen? You're going to transmit your expectations to us and hold us accountable. And then the results policy and the executive limitations are the 2 places where you're telling us what matters and what success looks like. You're also telling us what you will not tolerate and how to demonstrate to you that we're not violating that. And that's where we come and we tell the story of the district's work. I'll pause briefly on this blue one and just say, I do think you've heard me say it privately to you. You've also heard me say it in the boardroom. It is really challenging right now that the results policy, I don't believe, paints the picture that you all believe is the picture of success for 2023. And that means it's an opportunity to create the picture of success that you do believe in. And I think I want to go back to Linda's comment about governance, where she talked about like democracy as part of governance, which I loved. I think you were the only person that could be in that direction. There is something representational about your responsibilities in thinking about a results policy, because it's not just what each of you individually believes success looks like. It's also it captures something about what our community expects of us. But if we're always kept kind of getting the shadow of it, it's really hard for us to organize a whole system to achieve it. All right, so there is policy governance in a super nutshell. I'm gonna pause there and just ask, I think maybe I'll ask first staff to add anything to this that from your experience you think will deepen our collective conversation.
One more thing, right?
I see on your face.
What I'm reflecting on is where you started, how difficult it is to wrap your head around this. It is a method, it's a expectation of behavior that is atypical in organizations, in businesses, in schools and classrooms. And so it doesn't fit naturally with us, and I think we've seen this over the last several years, that clunkiness and trying to live into a policy governance model. And to your point, after the tension that sits alongside that with our lived experience and a lack of understanding in the community around what this looks like in practice. And so as I was listening to you explain this in a nutshell, and I think that was an excellent synthesis. One of my hopes for today is that we emerge with an understanding of how to live into this collectively, knowing so be a little bit funky along the way, but also give ourselves the space to have conversations around what needs to change, what stays the same, and how do we refine the way we work with each other within.
I'm gonna ask the board to weigh in, but I'm also gonna offer a really maybe kind of clunky, but maybe useful example of parenting policy governance. So when our family relocated here, our youngest daughter really wanted to stay in Tulsa for the summer. And so we said, okay, You may stay in Tulsa if the following things are true. You must have a full-time job, and you must have a place to live that you can afford. That seemed clear. I later discovered that it was not nearly clear enough when I said full-time job. My parenting results policy had to specify 35 hours per week or more of paid employment. So that was a place where like I had to lean into that because her vision and my vision did not match. The second place that had a bit of unhelpful ambiguity was a place to live. And so we had to lean into that and we had to say, we must meet the family who is offering to host you. And we are going to have a shared conversation about rules and expectations. All right, well, that changed it for her a little bit too. Then she knew a little bit more about what she had to accomplish there. But then a third thing we had to figure out was how we would feel confident that she was meeting our expectations. So we're like, okay, we are going to actually talk on the phone at least once a week. And location services must be on your phone. That's sort of like the linkages. Like we had to be clear with her about how we were monitoring. And also she needed to know that we were doing it. Shouldn't have been a surprise to her. And then as far as limitations, I would not to her do the disservice of explaining the limitations, but there were a few very clear things that could not happen this summer. And we literally wrote those things. And we said, as long as all of these things are true, if you want to go to the gym, if you want to go away for a weekend, if you want to change jobs, all of those things are fine. As long as those few things that we said must be true and can't be true happen. And she's now, I think, living her best life. So it's a little bit clunky, but it is like a micro version of how this thing plays out in practice. So with that, I also now just kind of want to shift this back over on the board side and really open up for discussion what you see and feel inside of our version of policy governance.
I just feel like if somebody had given me that exact description, like 2 years ago now, like so many things would be different. Because like immediately what started resonating was just like the way I direct my staff. Like literally like, this is what I need you to achieve. This is like the acceptable versions of achieving this, and this is the unacceptable versions of achieving this, and this is how we're going to monitor your progress. And I mean, like I do that every day at my day job.
I think the challenge is coming into this with it all established, right? I don't think, despite Paul's best efforts of describing it, you kind of come in and you're like, here's the governance model, and it's a lot of words, a lot of things that have been there, for a couple decades or something. So it feels hard to just be like, okay, I understand the model, and now I want to rewrite all of this. That doesn't feel achievable. So kind of doing it incrementally also is confusing because you're still building on what someone else did or a different board's culture. So all of those things, I'm just pointing out all the challenges of kind of where we are right now today.
Well, there's also not like a practice of reviewing it. So like, I mean, like it's not just the last board's culture, but like maybe like 4 or 5 boards ago culture, and that time is totally different than this time.
Mike, do you have the clicker?
Yeah.
Can you click forward to keep going? So you can see the revision dates. It's kind of awkward. You have to kind of work your neck, but I think this maybe is partially what you guys are talking about. the executive limitation and the results policy, those are like to use my parenting example, like those are really important ones. And these are the ones that haven't been updated. I mean, 2007 to 2014, there's a lot that hasn't been touched in a long time. And that leaves us mutually disadvantaged. On our side, we're kind of guessing about what is and isn't okay. And on your side, you may feel like you're almost waiting for us to do something that isn't okay before you know how to articulate it.
And if I may, Ashley, you said something that really spoke to me about this is new. I think most of us on the executive team, at some point when we joined this team, this was new. Speaking for myself, I worked in other districts that did not use policy governance. And Andrea's comment about it took 2 years to get your head around it is about right. And I still learn how to operate effectively within the system. So I just wanted to share, I have a lot of empathy for your comment because I feel it maybe not as recent for me, but it's not forgotten.
My comment is I remember helping draft these with the board, and the board struggled with creating essentially a living set of policies and executive limitations that had to just be generally described, but couldn't. There were very few very specific things that were spelled out. Some of the ELs are very specific, but a lot of them are intentionally open-ended because it's hard to describe every situation that might occur. And in my experience with the board since policy governance, most boards have had this issue of frustration with the policy that they could change. They could tighten it up on certain things, but they don't. And I think, Andrew, you've done an excellent job of condensing this to a bite-sized explanation. It's really helpful.
You want to follow people because you're okay. We've got 2 answers, Satya and then Ashley. Great.
You know, Paul, you helped me quite a lot to understand this during my second year, because the first year it doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense to me. Even the community was struggling in the midst of all kinds of things in trying to understand what is, who does what, etc. Paul really helped quite a lot in sitting down with me and trying to help me. It's almost like hiring a main building contractor to build your home, and they hire all the subcontractors to do everything else, and you just work. And at every stage, they show what has been accomplished, and you pay them the next money and this and that. So really, Paul spent a lot of time at a one-to-one to help me navigate during the time of turbulence. So there were so many things going on. At some point in time, we realized that some of these didn't make any sense. For example, the results policy was basically a document which cannot be implemented. It's like almost a wrong flight path for our organization because of the pandemic and all the things in the result policy which stayed stopped temporarily. So, and the second piece I struggled was the technical assistance for the board, how to go about changing the policy. So it led to almost like, it was very unclear. Is the board going to sit down together and write the policy, or the district is going to help write the policy, or how to go about changing the policy? Because that part of the technical education skill building we had not yet developed. So it really led to very awkward tension in the midst of everything else going on in that community time. So I think this is a very good way for us to reset and move forward. Because yes, there were gaps. And as board directors, we have lay people getting elected and not knowing how these policies work. And then putting the oversight on the superintendent and the district, and then having to have the district help us develop the oversight. And there was also relational challenges during those times. So I think this is all these things came together, put it mildly. So moving forward, I think this is a time to clean and reset and move forward, in my opinion, with some capacity building in each one of us to learn how to write a policy, what does this mean, etc. So that's just, I'm putting it in a very nutshell.
I just wanted to share that on the results policies, we did strategic planning a year ago now, and set out, tried to capture what all board directors really wanted to achieve in the last year. Some of it was accomplished, some of it is yet to be accomplished. Through that process, we realized that so much of what the board wanted to accomplish was really aligned with the KPMs or KPIs of the district. So we started to see that alignment. We did start to work on the results policy because of that alignment, but also in the midst of that was the integrated guidance work that was occurring at the state level. And so I feel really optimistic, maybe back to our original conversation, that we are sort of on the precipice of seeing all of those things come to a place where the results policy can truly align at all of those levels, and so that we're not frayed in our attention or capacity, and that it hopefully, because of some of that foundational work, will become clearer that those are the results we want. They roll up, hopefully, really cleanly to what we've set out to do with the integrated guidance and KPIs, and maybe some new board goals will come up this year round, but I think mostly our goals are the same. So just wanted to share a little bit of, we did go back and forth on the results policy a lot in the board leadership level last year, the whole board, it never came to the full board, but I'm excited to get that done this year.
Yeah, and I think to that, I remember year one being told about the results policy and this being a policy that needed updating, and also not understanding and seeing the actual intention and where it laid out until we did our first superintendent evaluation, right? And so sometimes it does take time to learn. I am not necessarily doing any unlearning because I haven't been on any other board with any other different governance structure, right? So I'm coming in blank slate trying to learn all of this, but also part of it's for me having seen it play out and then go, oh goodness, this is a little bit of a hot mess, right? And on the other end of that as well is a goal for me, and that I think I would like to see our board, is to also have a cadence of revising policies. We've spoken in the past about a policy committee or subcommittee, and so there has been some maybe misunderstandings of how to go about that, or just lack of clarity on the most efficient and practical way to do that. But we find ourselves right now in the situation of having policies that maybe need revision or have revision that don't have the cadence, don't have a structure system to really do that. I mean, we have the board room, right? But then it's coming back to that reactiveness of what do we need to do and what information do we need to provide? So just a reset in that in general, okay, we have these policies, and making sure that we are all understanding and fluent to some extent in what we have that guides further.
No.
Okay. I think one connection I want to make back to Mike, your comment about the way that boards lead in both good and hard financial times is especially relevant, because the more clear you are and the more clear we are through you about what to prioritize as the budget gets tighter, the better we're gonna be at doing it. And, you know, if you were to say to us, hey, like, having like a best in class middle school dodgeball team, that's what it is. We're doing it. We might have our own conversations about that, but then we'd be like, okay, middle school dodgeball. We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna get the right balls, we're gonna get the right coaches, we're gonna make it happen. But this is, I feel optimistic too, because there are courses that are coming together all at the same time that will help us know what we're prioritizing. We'll know why it matters to you. And then we'll be able to build budgets and plans that really center those priorities.
This is such a key time and key moment for this district with the transitions that we've had that we've talked about with we're at the, you know, we've come off the pandemic and that created some challenges and some learnings for sure. And this is such a key moment. And we've got some new board members, we've got board members that came on during the pandemic. So this is such an opportunity to set a tone. And while you, at this moment, may have greater understanding around governance than you did maybe an hour ago, passing this information on and creating some momentum around this governance model, regardless of who's on the board, is really important. 7, 8 years ago, I was not to overshare, but I was going through a lot of chemo and a lot of radiation, and I progressed to the point where I was getting upstaged on a regular basis, really going the wrong direction, and I was stage 4 at the time. And during that time, I reached out to someone in our community, and he is an individual that's a professional athlete, but had early onset Parkinson's. And his attitude was so positive and he was so optimistic all the time. And I went over to his house and I asked if I could meet with him just because I wanted to learn what he was doing. And really what it came down to at the end, he told me, it's not about how much time you have left, it's what you do with that time. And I think that's also true for you as a board member. You don't, you know, whether you've been on the board for 30 days or you've been on the board for, you know, the last 6, 7 years, the amount of time you have, 30 days, it's just what you do from that. And this conversation we just had is a great use of your time because it's going to set the stage for years to come, as well as your understanding on how to make a difference in your own community. So really appreciate you hanging in there on this conversation. Let's go ahead and just read in the room a little bit. I think we need to get up and move. So let's take a break. It's 10:49 now. Why don't we come back at 11?
No. Also, so this side of the room, if we choose to speak over here, we need to make sure that we're speaking loudly enough that the mic can capture us. All right, people are missing 3.
Llámalas para adentro.
¿Qué pasó?
Llámalas para
Ya vienen, están ocupadas.
Oh no, I was about to whistle.
We saved the restroom break till the end.
Do we charge people?
One way.
Oh.
Lunch is on the last one in.
Yeah.
Oh, happy.
Not me.
Good job.
Thank you. So she knows the privacy now with only because you're with me. That's the key. Yeah.
We'll go ahead and let's go ahead and get going. The next portion here is on the board self-assessment that you did. So first of all, thanks for participating in that and for answering the question. And today, when we talk about the board self-assessment, we're not going to go over that in a comprehensive manner. We're not going to cover every question that was in there. Instead, during this portion, we're going to focus on those things that are related to the content that we're covering today. And we're going to focus during this portion on the entire board as a group, on the responses that were given as a group, not as individuals. So when we narrowed that down, it really came down to these were the 4 questions that aligned really well to those 2 criteria that I just gave. So we're going to come back to this slide, but one of the things that we want to have you think about, we want to dive into this a little bit, is now that we've had the opportunity to talk a little bit about governance, and hopefully you've got a better understanding of governance as a whole, as well as the this district's model and the uniqueness of that, as well as the characteristics of what high-performing boards exhibit on a regular basis. I want to ask you a little to think about what reflections you have around that. And specifically, when it comes to the 4 questions that we just mentioned here. So the reflections that you have, could you go back one? There it is. Okay, now we're good. So if we could have you just lead in groups really quick, and we just be in here, and if you want, you can just stand in a corner and look at these questions and reflections that you have, maybe even how you would answer these differently based on the understanding that you now have of governance and based on the understanding that you have of the characteristics of high-performing boards. We're going to look at these. Is that clear?
These are your questions from your evaluations.
These should look familiar. Yes.
They should look familiar. These are the ones that you score yourself on. But we just are wanting to compare now after you have this morning session of learning. What's the how would you rate, or what reflections do you have on these questions now? But we'll do it as, we'll split up in little groups.
Make sure you put the new people with old people so we'll know what they got in there.
That's how we did, yeah.
Mike, can I ask a quick about this question? Do we have any student advisors or board members who do not have their hard copy of the results with them today? Because we can easily grab one for you.
Please.
Okay, so we're gonna grab 3 copies.
No, send them.
All right, why don't we have these folks get together, maybe in the Cynthia area, Maria, Andrea, Ashley, join Cynthia, and then around, maybe in the Patrick area over there, we've got Patrick, Rena, and Satya. You can gather down there. And then around Osvaldo, let's have Chrissy and Linda join down there. Okay? So, ready, break?
I think there's
All
still.
right, let's go in
be
10 seconds. You
areas
can just stay
where
where you're at. If
We
you
get
like.
reactive, right? Especially when we know there's problems that are urgent, like student behavior, achieving gaps.
On respond, make sure people think.
Yes, but then we get reactive.
Oh, wait.
Kind of like.
All right, let's hear what you came up with, and I think let's just go down the line and we'll just hear from every board member. Just any reflection that you had, now that you've spent a morning really digging into this stuff, let's just go down the line. You mind kicking us off?
Okay, sorry, just to kind of recap what you said so I can effectively answer. You mean just based on what we just did, my feedback on these basically?
Yeah, just what reflections do you have?
Chrissy, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you, this whole side of the table, make sure you speak up when you're on this side? I know. Yes.
You can stand.
Yeah.
All right.
So, just to start off, I'm guessing that we can all add something, which is good in the interest of time. I'll just be very basic. Sorry for maybe lack of full comprehension, just as an overall view. I'm excited about the discussion that we're talking about. I do feel like we're making forward movement. I believe that a lot of us are on the same mental state as far as where we're at. We want to move forward, see a need to move forward. I'm glad that we're focusing right at this latest one on budget, because that's where it all originates from, and we're excited about the open discussion with the new superintendent, and I think that hopefully it'll help us even this thing. Very general, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I just don't want to have too much time.
You're good.
Yeah, no, I would say like having a better understanding of the policy governance and how we can actually move this together. We're in a prime position with the new board, new superintendent, to look at these policies, which for myself, I know like we didn't do enough work to update these policies to meet our more collective vision, and making this a priority now. Like you're saying, Mike, this what I need to do with the time that I have right now. It's gonna be the most important part of me looking back, because I know I can tell you I've not done what I wanted to do as a board member these last few years.
Thank you.
I found question 13 really interesting, which was how well has the board as a whole exhibited a future orientation rather than passive present, and like govern proactively rather than reactively. And I guess like I'm just interested to like kind of also see like this question play out during the year too, and see how like this like with the implementation of policies, how like we react proactively.
Is what we were just discussing. It feels like we were on a reactive state, so we look forward to being on a proactive state, definitely. And again, that's where it feels, and I hope that we are headed.
Good.
It's like a better place to be.
Yeah, it's so much better.
Yeah, for me, I definitely second like that we were really reactive. So, I mean, now we get to shift kind of from being like in sort of like a scarcity mindset to an abundance mindset. I know that's not necessarily like the case for like our budget, but I'm still trying to focus on like how best we can achieve the work. But in quite literally answering these questions, I feel like the ones that we're the strongest with was like, we really do and have been trying to cultivate like a long range vision for education. And that was the whole process with strategic planning. But I do feel a little frustrated with kind of how we were going about it, because I feel like since we didn't have that clear understanding of like these policies and the result of policies, because now that I have a better understanding is that like if all of us weren't here, like, you know, in 5 years or whatever, like there's nothing that maintains that strategic plan. So like, it feels like all that hard work just kind of ends up going to waste, because we didn't know that, okay, now we need to connect it into result policies.
You referenced, did you say 11? That's when you were talking about the
Yes.
the long division.
Mhm.
As a whole, the board rated themselves at a 2.6 on that, 2.6 out of 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like I put a 3 now, like upon reflection. I don't remember how I initially answered, but
Right.
like, so like, I feel like it's, because I mean, we did do something, but it hadn't happened before. And now we need to be able to like maintain that.
Excellent. Thank you. Cynthia.
My understanding of the governance policy needs to be very deep and just.
Is it better than it was an hour ago?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We'll take that.
And there were a lot of transition this year.
Yeah.
And hopefully whatever we put into place, no matter who's here, it will continue. We'll be able to sustain.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just think we've been kind of in a weird holding pattern with the transition in superintendents, and so it's hard for me to determine exactly where we are, and evaluate that through both what we've done and what I've continue to learn today. I just find it difficult because I know I have the privilege of being the chair last year and kind of a unique lens into what I know I was doing constantly, and it, I guess I probably just can't help but feel defensive. Because I know I spent an inordinate amount of time on this stuff. And so I feel, I guess, differently, which I guess is a reflection of my leadership that I need to improve, is that we were super future oriented because we hired, a new incredible superintendent. We all really leaned into that. I think incredibly effectively. It was the best we had worked together as a board. In my tenure on the board, everyone was very honest and forthright and dedicated to the mission, vision, and values of the district 100%, and not pulled away by the distractions and the, not being reactive. So I can't help but pull that lens into how we worked together. It doesn't perfectly tie to the results policy, but a goal we set out was hiring a new superintendent, which was a massive task. And I think, we are now, like I said before, on the precipice of being able to redraft the results policy with all of the foundational work we did. I think we also had to be, I guess I wouldn't call it reactive. I would say there were a lot of issues spotted and raised by various board members for the year prior that went unaddressed. And so those issues continued to surface in the board meetings, and we needed a way to address something substantive coming up and working through that topic or issue so that we can move through it and past it. And I feel like we did that, but I don't know. I guess I'm anxious to hear what everyone else has to say, but that was my goal and I felt good about it.
I think what also a good reminder that cultivating a long-term vision may look different. The activity may look different from year to year. There, having a through line is excellent, of course, but last year, very unique circumstances. So, yeah, I think it's okay to recognize that it won't look the same from year to year. Yeah, thank you.
Can I add one thing to that?
Please.
I also think the way that you guys worked with Hank and the team on a search process included a lot of elements of community engagement that relate to a long-term vision, in addition to resulting in a hire. There's a lot of work around what matters most to people, a lot of conversations with many different stakeholders about their perspective, their needs, their hopes. And so it's, I think, another place to be optimistic, because that was work that can be used for many other future purposes in addition to the purpose that you immediately set it to.
Thank you. Karina.
I wanted to, and this was upon reflection from Ethan here, who did say, right, like, and I think just really brought it forward of the balance, I guess, between, or a little bit of goodness. What's the line? Thank you. The spectrum of like reactiveness and proactiveness. When the superintendent search, for example, was like, it's a decision, but this decision has years of impact, right? For one, what they might do year one, year two, but then the waves of impact that has on our
student outcomes for years to come. And so I think there was real like that real clarity and understanding for us within that role. And of course, recognizing that we have been reactive perhaps sometimes on the daily piece or, you know, like a week to week thing because of what's coming from community or what's on the political, like, you know, news cycle, whatever it might be. And so there is a spectrum, there is a dichotomy in the reactiveness and proactiveness. And so I think it's being able for us to take the time to sit down and think long term, right? To think about the vision and what will happen like once we're all gone, like, and how our decisions today do impact that in one way or another. And so it's room for both, and that's where I tend to live in the nuance space. And so it was really helpful to kind of see this, and even after today's conversation, I'd say, you know, looking at the numbers, probably folks might still rate themselves in the same way. What I did want to add for the result, like question 15 and 16, which we didn't get time to work or discuss much as a group, but my sense is that as we're discussing governance here today is that we will be able to work on these two pieces on like instructing through written policies and maintaining, right? Like, so these two pieces, what was on 15 and 16. And I guess it's a little reassuring to see that for the most part, folks are in that 1 and 2 range, and that there is room for growth, and that there is no Dunning-Kruger effect of people thinking that, oh my gosh, it was like the most amazing. So it's room. I like to see that. I like to see that we agree that there's room for growth.
What was that effect called?
The Dunning-Kruger, it's the opposite of the imposter syndrome.
Okay, very good. Patrick.
Sorry, I was just like moving to everyone. Is this just like for the entire like?
Yeah, just reflect.
Okay. Well, particularly with 15 and 16, I just agree with Karina. It's really important for people to acknowledge that there is room for growth. Otherwise, you're gonna stay in the same place, you know, if you're not gonna reflect. For 11 and 13, they had pretty much had the same results. I think we talked about how there is, you know, how will board members reach, you know, 4, which is like, I guess, exceeds standards or whatnot. And again, it's really important to reflect on what, you know, how we measure, like let's say, for example, I don't know, Karina chose 2 for 13, just an example. Like, you know, how did you, like, what made you go for that? Like, what made you see, you know, that we still need room for improvement? And let's say in comparison to, I don't know, Eitan, for example, who chose 3, he has a very, you know, minimal point of view for, you know, what, you know, the board has gone for, I guess. But yeah, that's pretty much how I see it.
One quick process thing again on this side, because you guys are far from the mic, just
Speak loud.
yeah, speak loud.
Thank you. I don't know if it's loud enough.
I think you are.
Okay.
Yep.
When I look at the results, what struck me was there's so much consistency. We all agree on a lot of things. That's beautiful. So I asked a provocative question. What would it take for us to rate 4? And what are some of the gaps we need to cover moving forward? Because when you talk of long-term vision, I'm going to be 60 this November. I have to really, it's almost like planting a seed and clearly expecting you're not going to sit in the shade of that tree. And that's one way to conceptualize, because then what it helps me is we're all tied to each other in the common destiny, irrespective of our journey or perspective, etc. Perhaps we may have difficulty articulating it in public or trying to assume that this journey alone is the correct journey, not realizing that, you know, like a stream coming from everywhere. So that's what these questions made me think. When you say, how do we kind of, you know, it doesn't matter what the current struggle is, how do we think in terms of the destination where we all can agree and say. So the process could be different, path could be different. The numbering that 1, 2, 3, 4 is more about how do we articulate that in a way amongst ourselves. And how do we create space for me to sit down with Karina and listen to her and understand where her journey and her perspective came about. We can all agree on the destination, but realizing that we create safe space for each other. And then next year when we do this, we'll be able to rate 4 in that. And that's what I'm really saying moving forward. And it's like just because I speak in Hindi doesn't mean I don't have a point. Or if you speak in English doesn't mean you don't have a point. We are using different ways of achieving the destiny. That's what struck me. And we are also able to recognize the gaps through all this. We have been very honest in our recognition of gap. And moving forward, one of the things would be hopefully today or learn the skills of how to hold different perspectives and create safe space to hold those perspectives. Because anything speakable is bearable. Once you put it out, then it's very easy. Then we can figure out a way to do it. That's my 2 cents. I hope it makes sense.
Thank you. That's also a good transition for us here to focus on, as a team, what are those actions that need to be taken so that we can rate number 4 next year, and how are we going to overcome the gaps that currently exist. So we talked this morning about the characteristics of strong superintendent board team, and we talked about the self-assessment. And as we now move into talking about the power of teams, know that for school boards right now, the times are incredibly unique. If we look at some of the landscape that you all are trying to navigate at this point, it's different than it has been in past years. If I just think back to my 20 years on attending board meetings and being part of that team, it is remarkably different than it used to be. There didn't used to be the level of hostility that exists now across the board, across board meetings. We oftentimes find ourselves these days getting caught up in unnecessary distractions that pull away from our work to impact student achievement and impact the student experience in a positive manner. And then just the introduction of partisan politics into board dynamics is something that is incredibly new. When I started paying attention to boards, we would never see where people would not run as a slate based on their party politics. It was decidedly and deliberately nonpartisan, and that's just something that's changed over the years. And because of that, it makes navigating this landscape as a board member and trying to be everything to everybody in the community, it makes it incredibly difficult. It could be one of those moments. By the way, this is the worst motivational speech ever right now. Maybe you want to throw your lunch down. Why did I sign up for this? Or who signed me up for this? But the reason that we need to talk about this is because the stakes are so high at this given time. And we know that our behavior and our ability to function as a team is going to impact the confidence that the community has in the organization. And I have a belief that I don't think your average community member can see a difference between district staff, superintendent, and board. I think they see that all as a district. And so when one of those elements is behaving in a way that the community doesn't agree with, or there's some contention there, it's really hard for them to separate that, and confidence starts to get eroded in the organization, in the district. The other reason the stakes are so high is if that confidence is eroded, the ability for the district or you all to meet your goals, and those goals could be really specific. We want to pass a bond. We want to have a local option. We need businesses moving to Salem. And in order for that to happen, they've got to have confidence in their school system. We know that that's all part of the equation.
It impacts even, what realtors look at is your school rating for selling homes and wanting to move in here and the livability of your community.
We actually deliberately over the years there's typically an association of realtors in the community. We meet with those folks and help them understand all of the positive things that are happening in the district, just to cover that base. Obviously, we've talked about that high-performing board and the impact on student achievement in a positive way. And one of the things that I wasn't aware of until I was working in the superintendent role is the impact that board behavior, board interaction with each other has on staff morale. I guess I assumed that, you know, your fourth grade teacher over at Candelaria is not paying attention to that stuff. And there is a tone that's established that starts with this group, and it's felt throughout the district. I was surprised by that. I guess that's maybe something I should have known, but it's something that surprised me and I've been in tune with ever since. Clearly superintendent longevity. We want Andrea to be here longer than 29 days. So it's a goal. It feels like we're gonna make it to 30. But we know that when a board is struggling and there are dynamics on the board where there's winners, it feels like there's winners and losers, that impacts superintendent longevity in a major way. I looked at this last year at one point, and the superintendent longevity nationally, I think the average is just under 3 years. Unless you've got a high performing board, you've got dynamics in place that support each other. We talked a lot about being invested in each other's success. As a superintendent, I was incredibly invested in board member success and making sure that they've got the resources, the information they need to make the best decision possible. And I felt that back. I felt like board members were very invested in my success. A lot of our agreements that we had in place were just centered around that, making sure that we could all do our best work. And in doing that best work, we were able to serve our community in really powerful ways. So that's why we're talking about team today. And we know that the information or the outcomes that are based on teams are typically much better and much stronger and more enduring than those outcomes that are achieved by any individual. I think years ago, as a younger person, I used to think that it was really important that my idea was the best idea in the room. And over time, I realized just so many flaws in that. I now view my role if I'm in a leadership role, my job is to be the best listener possible. And if I'm the best listener, the right idea is going to be in the room somewhere. We've just got to forget about whose idea it was and not care about the credit that goes with it, and embrace the best idea that's out there. I think when you have a team that's powerful, you have a sense of belonging by each member on the team. I was coaching a youth basketball one time, and a fourth grader taught me this. It was a competitive team, so clearly winning at fourth grade mattered a lot. And I was coaching in a manner that the better players were getting more than playing time. Fourth grade, that's how flawed I was in my thinking at that time. And I had one of the kids come up to me afterwards, and he said, you know, I was really worried about making this team. And he said, the only thing worse than not making the team is making it, but I don't feel like I'm part of the team. And this wisdom from a fourth grader. And I think that's also true on teams that are somewhat dysfunctional. You can have a lot of members on a team, but do they all feel like they're contributing, and do they all have that sense of belonging that we're of course after? Clearly, when you have a high functioning team, you're going to increase productivity, and people are going to grow in ways that they can't grow if they're in isolation and working by themselves. So this all seems so easy and so obvious, right? If it were easy and obvious, then this book right here would not have sold 3 million copies and been translated into 30 different languages. It is hard. It is hard to do this, and it takes deliberate and purposeful action and a decision every day that you're going to stick with it. If you've been on any team at all, I can almost guarantee that you've experienced some form of dysfunction that you see in this triangle here. It may be the result side of things, or the fear of conflict. That there was some probably dysfunction that you've experienced over time, and you see this dysfunction in teams that are there for a short time. You can see it in teams that are there that are built and endure over time. I was doing some school visits. The best part of my weeks always was when I was visiting schools. I'd spend half a day in schools, And I happened to be in a kindergarten classroom on the 100th day of school. The lowest grade level I ever taught was 6th grade. So I didn't know that the 100th day of school in kindergarten, like that's a thing. And then walk in and there's piles of 100 things here and pile there, and there's 100 Jolly Ranchers in that jar. And I was there and there was like 10 minutes left in the day. And they were constructing like a crown that's similar to this. And the idea was that they had strips of paper, and each strip had 10 stars on it. They were going to staple them together after they colored the stars, and they were going to wear that crown home as a celebration of their 100th day of learning. And so I sit down with two kids, a little boy and little girl there, and I'm asking them questions, and they're just colored. And I'm asking them questions like, hey, what do you like best about kindergarten? Or how do you like, just making comments. And the little guy I was talking to, he finally says, hey, if you're gonna sit here and talk to me, would you help me color? Absolutely. He gave me one of his crayons that it was broken in half and the paper was torn off. And so I'm helping him, and we crank those stars out. We get it stapled together. He puts it on his head. He goes to start filling his backpack, getting ready to go home. He didn't take his crayon back, so I still have that in my hand. And the little girl who was sitting there, like she was on star number 14. But she's doing that fancy coloring where you outline the thing in dark colors and you fill it in line. And so I started to pull one of her strips over to me, and she pulls it back, and she looks me in the eye, don't touch my stuff. And so I left that table group. So awkward. I can tell you that we experienced 4 out of the 5 dysfunctions in that 10-minute teamwork activity that we were doing. And there was clearly an absence of trust. She did not trust my coloring. She'd seen me color. I had a fear of conflict, so I left the group. Lack of commitment on my part to a quality product. And then inattention to her team objectives, which was making a stellar crown that she could wear home. So I think dysfunction happens everywhere. That was in a 10-minute interaction. Think about if you're all elected, you're coming from different points of view. You've got people that have been cheering you on, motivating you to run for the board. You've got people that maybe have some certain expectations of you. The possibility of dysfunction is incredibly high unless you're deliberate about working through that. Think about the best team you've ever been on. Just the best one. It could be a sports team, it could be a work team, it could be maybe there were a team of you at church working on curriculum or doing Sunday school, whatever that team was that is your best team. Take a minute and jot the answers down to this on a sticky note there. have you just share, and we're just kind of popcorn it out, so just have people call out. Let's start with, what is it that made the team great? Let's hear from what, any team where you want, what made them great? Staff or board, either one?
Collaborative mindset. And for them, they had an uplifting, just overall morale that they were able to maintain. So they figured out what they needed and what structure made them strong. So they all focused on bottom line, shareholders, ethics, obeying the law.
Okay, thank you.
Having a vision and believing that they can accomplish it.
Mutual respect for our team members.
Okay, determined. Thank you.
Communicative.
Okay.
Yeah, I wrote, push the car in the same direction.
Yeah.
Celebrate each other's success. If misunderstanding develops, it's a growth opportunity, chance to repair, learn, and grow.
Thank you.
Build on each other's strengths and assets.
High expectations and shared accountability.
Passionate. Have that shared vision and, don't take our criticism personally.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
Louder.
Okay. Public service announcement right there. When you think about if everything that we just shared could be said about this team a year from now, that would feel like a huge success, right? And maybe a year from now, if you're ever asked to do this activity, best team you've ever been on, this is the first one that comes to mind. That would be ideal. But collaborative, focused on a vision, celebrating successes, just all of those things that were shared. What is it that would be necessary for this team to share those same characteristics? How could that happen? What would need to take place for that to happen?
In my opinion, I mean, again, this, if you could elaborate on everything, right? It's just having, understanding each other's mindsets, grabbing the foundation hold of it. What is our focus? How is that, how does each individual think of the focus? In this case, for our community, whatever, but let's get all on the same board and talking points to start. See that as the first little big
Foundation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you repeat your question, please, Mike?
Yeah, as you think about it, if we were able to duplicate some of those characteristics that were just shared, what would it take in order for that to happen here?
That starts with talking.
Yeah, if I can. Yeah, it's going to take a couple of things. In a very non-judgmental way, having some kind of dialogue where we create intentional space to sit and listen to persons who may have a different perspective, not the same perspective. So intentionally sitting and listening. And it is going to take a dialogue. It's very important. Communication is important. Because when the communication breaks down, I can't get the understanding. Then I fill in the gaps with what I'm having inside my head as opposed to what the person is going through. Maybe they're hurting and they're scared or they're, whatever it is.
Thank you.
So that is going to take that. I call it like democracy, dialogue, and diplomacy. And how do you respectfully disagree, like Paul was saying?
Yeah.
So skill set I needed. Not to assume about others, but to create that space for the other person to tell their story rather than me telling your story.
Yeah. Thank you.
The let's say, listen
Mhm.
and seek to understand before you are understood.
Exactly what I was gonna say, listening to understand.
I knew that's what you were gonna say.
3 people quoting Stephen Covey, so this is good. Yeah. All right,
That concept might have existed before Stephen Covey too.
no. Me too.
Maybe.
I have communicative, right, and I know that, and I mean, this is where we're going today, but establishing like communication norms, I think is
Yeah.
really important, you know, just like, when I think about these teams that I've been a part of, like, there's certain expectations, right, like your decision-making clarity, there's very, like, different dynamics that come into that communication and collaborative work, so ongoing clarity on that, and refinement as we go, with our people.
You know, I'm really glad you said that. As we do this work this afternoon, there is going to be, we're going to talk about communication norms, we're going to talk about roles and responsibilities. But as we go through the cycle that new teams go through, and Eric is going to talk about that after lunch, but as we go through that cycle, knowing that it's going to feel like there's setbacks and that there's a need to refine along the way, that shouldn't feel like a loss. That should feel instead like a deliberate part of the process to build the strongest team possible. And when you're in the thick of it and it's not feeling great, it's hard to remember.
I was gonna add, I think you mentioned something in the beginning part about not taking criticism personally. And I think a lot of what makes a strong team is also that people have different assets or different qualities that you might not have. And sometimes it can come across like, I was just thinking about a team that I belong to at work where someone was super detail oriented and very like down to the every T and I crossed. And when I had to do some presentations and I would have to get some information from them and I'd be like, I'm gonna cross out all my stuff and now I'm gonna have to rework all everything. And at first I was like, that's so annoying. I don't even want to talk to him. And then afterwards, he was like my number one person that I would go to because then I knew when I had to go out in public, I knew that my information was accurate, it was correct. I had confidence in my data. And so now that thing that I thought annoyed me of that person became the thing that made my team strong. And I was like, nobody else had that quality. So I think that's another thing, the diversity of talent that you have that can make a really great team.
After our last board meeting, when I was driving home and then well into the evening, I was really disappointed with a certain way that I showed up. And you know how it gets. Once it's like 11 o'clock at night and you're still thinking about it, it's bad news, you're stuck.
Can't relate.
But then like, just a few hours later, I was able to ask a few of you and just be like, hey, like, how did I show up? Did I show up the way I thought I did? Because I was not loving that and that's not what I intended. And you guys were so specific with me. You're like really, really clear. And it was really helpful because if I hadn't said, hey, what happened there? Because that felt weird. But also if you just hadn't been so clear about what you saw, it perhaps like versions of that would have kept happening. And I think that especially as we go through these transitions, the ability to ask the question, but also the courage to answer the question is going to be such a big part of how, how we ultimately win for kids.
One of the things that came up for me is boundaries. I think particularly in our role as like school board members, like helping people, like, I don't know if I can articulate this very well, but like when people are coming to us, a lot of the times, like they're coming to us like at their it's like their worst time that they've ever been. And with the power that we hold, sometimes, you know, they're venting, but then they feel like we're reinforcing their thoughts and beliefs that they're holding, despite, like, even if it's not true. Like, something that I can think of like more directly is like if like one of my staffers goes like is complaining about like their supervisor directly to me, and like if I don't tell them directly like this is not an appropriate line of like thinking or conversation, like they're thinking that I'm on their side and that I'm going to continue to perpetuate this like negativity. And so like you need to have those boundaries, and especially like with the community, to make sure that they know like we're supporting the district and the teachers and principals and everyone that's involved. And like, I'm here to listen to you, but like, I'm not here to perpetuate that negative mindset.
So I wish we were going into roles and responsibilities right now. I think that was the best transition ever. I feel like we should eat first, and we have, we do have one more activity as we wind up this morning. That I think is important for us to do here.
I want to add one more.
Yeah, please.
Agree to disagree.
So, as Mike finds that, you all have these little sticky notes that you have on there and a pen on there. There's a piece of paper over there that says what's on your mind. So we had so much content this morning, from our introductions, from governance, talking about the assessment, talking about teams. And so out of everything that you have kind of swimming in your mind, this is just an opportunity to kind of do a brain dump a little bit of what are you thinking about right now? And it could be, I'm just hungry and I want to go to lunch, or it could be like, this really resonated with me today, or this thought, whatever it may be. And as you compile your little thoughts, just go up there as people are writing. And when you place it on there, just say it out loud, because that also generates other people's thinking as they're coming up. And you can go up multiple times. If you wrote something and then you thought of something else, feel free to do that. But I'll give you a little bit of time to write any kind of thoughts that you're having now, and then as you're completing them, go up and paste them on there and say them out loud. It's my.
You want to go where it says your stories? I'm trying to save a buck.
What's next? What will be the ultimate outcome of today?
Asking, are you? What? I said, are you asking your people?
Yeah.
Actually, you can just say it.
Results are kids. Editing policies. That's all I'm.
And lunch.
I'm feeling jittery now. Getting strong together.
You had 2 milk duds.
One.
I still have a random amount.
Perfect.
I don't know, he was sending him.
Oh, you want a milk dud? Oh, get yourself. I'll go get.
I was rejecting that. Don't tell them.
I'll bring a bowl.
Thank you.
Well, value on clarity of roles and shared goals.
Learning takes time, and I'm excited to continue working on the results policy.
We're hyper focused.
Curiosity.
Get ready in.
Yes. Oh, I'm ready for it. I'm here.
We've already done it right.
Yeah.
Alignment on the team site goals.
Took Andrea's phrase, how do we win for kids?
You know, the board grows. Clean out, just effective teams.
How can the board demonstrate mutual respect in a 4-3 or 5-2 vote?
Going for it. $1 million question.
Building team.
I don't, future is hopeful. Out of many fun. Preparing all students and families for the future.
Editing and updating results policies and the executive limitations also. I'm also thinking, and what's on my mind, tired of dealing with interpersonal conflict with board members.
Let it go. Working on a few policies to do them more. Shared vision of success for the district and board. More communication norms. And I want to know the problem with paid and non-paid administration leave. I know we haven't discussed it here, but.
As long as it's on your mind, okay.
Like $500 per month.
Yeah, you can, whatever is on your mind is acceptable, there's no parameters.
You heard about it? Okay.
And you can go again if you something spurred up.
It sounds like, you guys said.
I saw your hand.
My job, bro, I get you volunteer.
Like literally saying right next to the door.
Yeah.
I'm gonna answer your question, although one's paid, one's unpaid.
Determined. I wrote it down over here.
I think it's, Andrea and Kristen.
I went.
Last
one, okay. All right. I guess,
See the first two.
have shared view for the kids, the future and policy structure. That's like.
No, but yeah, put them up there as they come up. This will stay up there as well throughout the day, so if anything else comes up and you just, it'll kind of serve as a parking lot or a way to capture your thoughts and know that they're gonna be somewhere and we kind of stay on track. So we have lunch and do you want to share?
Oh, yeah, during lunch, you've got an index card there in front of you. You could write these two things down, your biggest pet peeve and your first or worst job you've ever had. It would be for staff members, poor form to write down your current job. That would be very appropriate. So just, and then don't put your name around on anything, or don't show other people.
Anonymous.
And then we'll collect them. from you.
Biggest pet peeve and what else?
First or worst job you ever had. Okay, and we should have lunch available out there if everything has gone correctly. All right, and I think we're, what do we have, 45 minutes? Is that correct?
I'm still searching for a sneak charger if anyone can help me.
You just need a phone charger?
Yeah,
Oh, I told
but I have a.
There's one on my.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
I might have one. My phone's completely dead.
I still have more. I'm not the only one.
I mean, it's not working.
Okay.
You're like, "They're supposed to write it."
But no pressure.
Talking about, school board, what school board controversies being heard democracy? So did I. So did a couple people, I'm sure, I think I was too.
What?
Y'all got an email?
My phone is dead, I don't know.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get rolling here. Throughout this afternoon, every now and then, we're gonna read out a pet peeve or a first job, and we're gonna try and guess whose it is. And then we're gonna ask that person to own up to it.
Oh,
Yeah, sound good?
you didn't tell us that.
I know,
No.
intentionally.
Just information as it's needed. People who drive, pet peeve, people who drive at or under the speed limit in the fast lane.
That was Michael.
Yeah.
But what I do is that it does bug me.
This same person worked a graveyard shift at a PVC pipe factory.
Is it Bob?
Digital?
No.
I did not work at it.
But you are bugged by the speed limit.
I'm looking at him confused. I too have shared the same answer for that.
Okay.
This is me.
Tell us about the PVC factory.
So when I was, when I was 20, I worked at all these temp jobs. And, this one that I had for probably like 3 weeks, a month. It was the PVC pipe place in Glenwood, Oregon. It was unincorporated, about between Eugene and Springfield. And, I started my job at 6 p.m. and I went to 6 a.m. And, my job was to watch a PVC pipe drop from the machine into like basically the box that I bind it up in. They drop every 2 minutes. At 26 of them, every 52 minutes, I would bind them up and push them out. You couldn't talk to anyone, it's really loud, so. And my favorite part of the job is like probably 3 in the morning. And I was doing my binding and I was just tapping on the nail like this. This dude who works there and probably didn't have much patience for temps. Grabbed the hammer out of my hand and hit the nail in one fell swoop. He goes, "It ain't cabinet making." Like he's right, and I kind of feel embarrassed that I was tapping at a nail like that. But that was one of those jobs too, where I was like, I definitely need to stay in school. I was not trying to work at the, and ironically enough, 10 years later, when I was an assistant principal, I was trying to establish a rapport with a really upset parent who, like, I was about to have to probably expel his kid. And I was always having a hard time getting a hold of him. And he goes, "Oh, I sleep right when I get home." "Where do you work at?" "I work at the PVC pipe place." I said, "I work there too." And then we had a.
He was the supervisor.
All right, do one more and then we'll move on. This person, their pet peeve is others that whisper during people that whisper during others' conversations. First job was a cashier at Long John Silver's. Any guesses?
Don, I don't know. Okay, you have a smirk.
I was gonna whisper to Ethan.
Yeah, the whisper. I know. I was like, oh, okay.
Is that Suzanne? No.
He's ready. He's reading the room.
No, John Dillon.
How was that job?
It wasn't bad. Honestly, sometimes I still miss hush puppies.
All right, more to come on that.
All right, I know, excited, we'll leave you with suspense. So before we left on our break, just to give you, actually, I'll go back a little bit. We were talking, talking about our agenda. So we're gonna switch out a couple of things on there. Because after we're looking at the what's on your mind, there seemed to be a lot of similar input, especially on the results policy, which was very popular on there. And I feel like maybe it's a great opportunity for you to do a little bit actually of like work while you're here. So we'll touch on that. We've kind of eliminated something. So if it doesn't strictly follow the outline, just know that we're trying to consolidate to make some space and time to allow you to actually put into practice some of the things that you learned and actually have some outcomes maybe possibly today. So with that, before we left, we talked about team development or the power of team. And now we're going to talk about team development and what are the stages of team development. So when a team actually comes together and forms together, there's actually a process that happens. And you end up in that process, sometimes without even being aware that you're on a specific stage. So the first stage is called forming, that's when you come together. Then you get to storming, which is a lot of times where conflict happens. Then you start norming, which basically you establish norms within a team. And then you get to performing, which is when you actually achieve the results as a team. And then of course, there's a journey where you kind of do your lessons learned and you talk about celebrate your wins. So this is a really funny animation of this work. But one of the things that I like about this illustration is that every time that a new member comes into the group, you start this process all over again. So every time you have a new person joining your team, it starts this all over. And the forming stage is when everybody's pleasant, everybody talks really, surface level topics. How's the weather? How was your weekend? Very, very polite in that initial forming stage. And then when you get into the storming phase, is when you start having more intensity to organize. Maybe there's a competition for ideas. There's personalities that you start seeing in each other and ways of engaging. And so there's this conflict that's happening because you're trying to learn how to relate to one another and how to share your ideas. And sometimes they might be conflicting, or sometimes you're also vying for a little bit of power in the group. So there's a lot of things that's happening in storming. When you get to norming, there is more of an understanding of sharing, and there's more self-disclosure that you start doing. So you move beyond talking just about the weather and what you did this weekend to actually more deeper sharing of ideas and thoughts. And there's more helping and more work on helping each other. And there's also a cooperative spirit that arises. So the little figures on there says, I have an idea. Oh, that's brilliant. You start kind of in that, starting to engage in that space. And then you get to performing, which is when, as a team, you really have everybody being enthusiastic about your goals. People are saying what they're thinking. There's trust. So there's an ability to share your thoughts and feelings. And there's no like fear of losing the relationship, and you even start thinking of how you can engage one another with humor. So one of the telltale signs is that you can joke with one another. I think that's a really good sign when you look at a team, if they're having fun, that they're in the performing stage and doing the work. And then of course, a journey, I talked about, how that's important and how you look at it and assess what are the lessons that you learn, and also celebrate each other and celebrate each other's talents and what they bring to the table. So one of the things that I wanted to show you here is why this is so important is that depending on the stage that you're in with your team determines the level of your effectiveness and performance in your team. So when you're in that storming, that's where you're going to be least performing, because you're involved in that conflict, in that internal setting of norms. And you have to go through it is the thing. You have to go through it. So later today, when we're talking about roles and responsibilities, and we talk about how we would engage with one another, it's really important that when you're in that space of storming, you have this awareness like, oh, we're in storming. There's nothing wrong with the other person. There's nothing wrong with me. This is a natural thing that happens when teams come together. So when you're in storming, you can have the tools to know how, like, what are the rules of engagement when we're addressing conflict with one another? How do we do this dance and make sure that nobody gets hurt while we're doing this, so that we can advance? Sometimes in this space, also as elected leaders, there can be a tendency to want to stay just in the forming, just in the politeness, just in the surface level conversation, but you're never going to get to performing. You're never actually going to get to do work if you try to avoid the conflict. If you try to kind of let's just not address that topic, or let's just not touch that because we just want to stay like everybody gets along. And you can see that, like, there's a lot of teams or boards that just want to stay at that level and they don't ever get down to the storming. But then that means that you're never going to get to performing and seeing results for your team. So this process usually takes 12 to 18 months from forming to performing. You don't have 12 to 18 months. You have a year of goals that you set for yourself, and then that you have accountability to see how you're doing. So the longer you stay in these phases, you're stretching it out, right? The longer you stay in storming, you're gonna get only, if you have 3 goals for your board, 5 goals for your board, you're not gonna get to accomplish all of it if you spend most of your time still in the niceties or in the conflict, or just in like, well, let's just keep talking about roles and responsibilities and we never get to performing. So I just wanna give you this piece of awareness, because sometimes we can get lost in understanding that it's all part of the process, and it's okay that there's conflict. That doesn't mean that something is going wrong. So we're gonna skip this activity in the interest of, but I'll leave it with Andres. Later, you guys wanna do this activity later, we'll have this resource for you. I'm gonna hand it over to you to kick us off for the rule.
Thank you. As Erica was sharing some of that, and she mentioned you have 12 months as a board to meet the goals that you've set. And I think even more importantly is the students can't afford to wait that long either. They have one opportunity to go through the system, and we need to capitalize on every move that we have. So great information there. So roles and responsibilities. This is something that we kind of blurred the lines on this, and it's come up in a lot of our conversations this morning already. But our goal during this portion is really just to simplify the concept here as much as possible. And so I pulled out a number of examples of the way that this is oftentimes explained, and explained in a way that's pretty acceptable and or widely accepted by OSBA and NSBA as well. So if you think about the roles and responsibilities of board superintendent team, then these are a couple of sound bites that would be important. Board members are not elected to manage your organization, but rather to provide direction through vision and goals. Like this one as well. The board is the what, the superintendent is the how. So let's not do them all. Let's go here. And then just in terms of this simple chart, the board is around the governance and the setting of values and beliefs. We talked about that this morning, policies, their action if they vote. And when you look at the other side of that equation, it's more of the operation. It's to put action into place, it's procedures, it's oversight and management. And that all seems really simple until you start getting a number of, I hear you guys did scenarios this morning. Yeah. Heard about that. But until you start getting hit up by people in the community, or your impression of what it was going to be a board member doesn't mesh with that. It's this new learning, this learning is new, and it really doesn't match. So that's when it becomes a challenge for us all to stay in the right lane and to accomplish our goals through the staying of those lanes.
Yeah, so I think that point about your expectation versus the reality, when you ran like all your hopes and dreams, and then the reality of what you're actually can accomplish based on the role and the seat that you occupy, and also the constraints that you have, like the actual ability to impact specific policy. So I wanted to give an example. I always tell Michael, I was like, I really thought I was gonna solve systemic racism in the city. What do you mean? In 4 years, I couldn't do this? That's the reality. Like, that problem is such a huge problem. And it's such a jarring thing to think like, man, I'm dedicating all my time and energy, just my sheer will, I'm just trying to push this board forward. And it's like, oh, this problem is huge. This problem is decades, centuries old. Do you think that 4 years on a board, you're gonna solve it? I was like, oh, this is like bigger and bigger. There's people that have been trying to solve this problem for longer than we have been alive and didn't get to see the results of the things that they planted. It's more about like, then I started to see, okay, in my role, what can I start planting? How can I start helping to just be another little pebble, another little, grain of salt that adds to this for the future? And another example was like, I had so many people in my community talk about school lunches. I don't know how many of you people talk about school lunches, but I was like, wouldn't it be great if we could just have every school have a garden, and then they could feed, the kids would learn agriculture. And anyway, these are all the ideas that community brought to me, like, why aren't we doing this? And here I am looking, okay, well, like, yeah, can we talk about the food policy? Can we look at food and how does this work? And as you start learning more, and it's like, oh, so you mean it's a federal policy? It's not even like a state or a local policy. It's at that level. And then I'm like, okay, fine. So then I get elected to OSBA. How can I figure out how to work this policy? They're like, no, that's federal. Okay, you have to be vice president, become vice president. Then you get to serve on NSB, the National School Board Association, and have access to it. Then you have to be voted on there so that you're allowed to be able to voice your opinion about federal policy. So just like the layers of it and the reality of like, now I understand why people are on the school board for 10 years, because in able to see the change that you want to see, or to go further down this rabbit hole of federal policy that touches on things that you're really passionate about, it's a long journey. And that's when I was like, okay, well, I cannot burn out. I cannot burn out doing this work. I have to figure out and manage my expectations of what I can impact here locally for my students here, and then how I can do that other work. And it's going to take me time to get there, and just kind of setting that expectation. So then I was like, what can I do here? Well, what do my kids need here? They need laptops. They need laptops to do their work. Okay, let's figure out how to do that. Let's do the things that we can do, that we have control over within this space and the role that I serve in. But it's hard. It's heartbreaking too, because you're just like thinking that you're going to be able to make so much change that you're passionate about. And the reality is like, this work is really hard. And the more you dig, the further the hole goes. So I know it's a little bit of a little dark cloud on it, but it really helped me manage my effectiveness and my energy and my ability to work collaboratively with our staff, and know that the things that I was asking, it's not that they didn't want to help, or they weren't also interested or passionate about the same things, is that they didn't have the power to change it either. And so that really level set also my expectations and the reality that I live in, and see how, then what can I do? And for me, it was also like, beyond me being on this board when I'm no longer here, I want to make sure that the people that come and serve remain a very diverse group, that we change our policies so that we have, I think we have like childcare available for our board members, reimbursement, like things that make it easier especially for women to serve on the board. So that's where I started to see, what can I change here specifically in this space. So I just wanted to give that anecdotal experience. And then back to
I do feel like I need to give you credit though. So, she was talking about systemic racism, and surprised that we couldn't accomplish that in a short period of time. But what I will say is that we do have a belief that while we can't change the whole world, we can change our students' world. And if we think about it from locally, then we can start to make some change. So for example, we now have culturally specific parent or PACs that come and they meet with our board 2 times a year. during the work session, and we talk about the strides that they've made within their own pack, talk about some of the challenges that we still see, and we do some problem solving around how we're going to get at those. So while maybe you didn't wipe out systemic racism, you did create opportunity you created room at the table and opportunity for people to contribute in a very meaningful way.
And even the parents that come from all of our packs, one of the things that they said, you know, like, for example, we only had them for 2 years now, and some of it was during the pandemic. And when they come to our board meeting, you know how the board is, you're sitting in the dais or whatnot, and everybody's out there. And our packs are like, well, we actually want to get to know you all in a casual setting, not in a board meeting. So now we're gonna have an engagement where they come and have dinner with us and we share a meal together. And so that's a way for us to have that parent leadership, have kind of break down a little bit of that power dynamic for them to, like, we serve you. It's not the other way around. Like, we're here to hear your concerns. And so we're breaking that and changing a little bit of how that works. So this is one of the things that we use in our board to kind of regulate ourselves as well. When we're getting too much in the weeds of programs or operations, we say, if there's someone to hire to do the job, then it's not my job. So that's something that helps us kind of a little bit check ourselves and make sure that we're not getting too much in there. Somebody's role is to do this work, then I'm not gonna go spend 3 hours researching this, curriculum. They're experts on it. That's what they're hired to do, and that's what they're presenting to us for.
Let's talk a little bit, since you did do the scenarios, let's take a look at those. And is it 1 or is it 8? Yes, 8. Who had 8? Read it out. Read it. What do you think?
You received multiple complaints from parents about a program that is being cut. One that your child had previously participated in and you hold near and dear. How do you respond? How would I respond? I would respond by, listening to how it's impacting the student, the family, they're hearing their concern. And then if I wasn't aware of it, I'd say follow up, let them know if you follow up with them. Get in touch with the superintendent. Hey, can you just let me inform me what happened here? Find out, if the program was cut, why it was cut, understanding the reasons. What was all the considerations of the decision made to cut this program, so that I am a lot better informed. Say, great, thank you for letting me know now, and then say, can you please reach out to this parent so that they know that they've been voiced, we've been heard, and offer them alternatives. And that's it. But if it's something else that the board can discuss, leadership that we can bring to the board as a topic, as in terms of how it's embedded into policy, aligning it with policy goals or achievement goals or whatnot, whatever it might be. Then you try to find a way to take action to address the district to other avenues. To be clear, that's pretty deeper than I think I wouldn't have known my first year.
Yeah. Anything to add to that? You want to do anything differently?
I was in the room with them and I said, I'm not worried about that at all because I know that our new superintendent is gonna make sure we know about the budget. And we're gonna all be in agreement so that when people come to us, we know what to say or not to say.
Yeah. It is a challenge as chief sense makers in the community. It's important that you have a level of detail that we as an organization have to be deliberate about getting to, so that you can.
And most of the time when that has happened to us, we get a heads up and Mike would say, this is the change that's going to happen. You're probably going to hear a lot about this. This is why, but this is the reason why it's happening. And so you're kind of armed with that knowledge to be able to respond. I will say, whenever we have, looking at your working agreements later, when you do that work together, we also have kind of an engagement, role. So like whoever is the chair, if we're all receiving the same email, we're not all gonna individually respond to the same person. We're just gonna have the chair send one message as a board to find that. And I mean, that's kind of our agreement that we had together, because we're all getting the same email, want to speak with one voice. But that's just an example of something that you can also do as a board later. All right, who had B?
We both did. I can read it out loud.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You are out and about at your local farmer's market one Saturday, and a district employee stops you to proceed to tell you how unhappy they are with their new assignment this year. How do you respond? Well, for me, the first approach I would take for this scenario is definitely be like willing to listen. Because again, we're all human, some of us can handle like so much, and some of us can literally like handle this much. And always listen, be understanding, and also be reassuring, kind of like, be like, hey, it's okay, I get how you feel, have empathy for them, but also make like, I think me and Cynthia were talking about was to make a suggestion to communicate with like someone of like a higher like stat level, such as like the superintendent, because if we were to suggest something to them that may not necessarily reflect what the school board is intending to do, then we may like mess up, I would think. And yeah, so that's part.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely.
Yeah, I'm sure John has something to weigh in on here too. What would you like to say about this? If you were answering that question, what would you add?
I don't know if I would add, I think, even from the district side, it starts with listening and understanding what people are coming from, so I appreciate that. We get into the weeds, do you think any contractual violations happen to you, and was it a process that needs to be evaluated, but it starts with listening.
Yeah, I like Patrick, what you said there. I mean, just that whole idea of listen first, because the person they've had a while to be upset about this, and once they find someone to talk to, they need to tell their story, and how we respond to it is the important part. So finding the right information.
I would also add in this space too, as you're all elected officials, but this scenario is a mild, we'll say, I put it mild, not too inflammatory or too harsh, but sometimes there can be some scenarios where it's more confrontational. It's okay for you to say, hey, I'm with my family right now. Can I schedule a time to meet with you at the district office, and we'll bring in, somebody that actually can help you with this topic. You don't have to solve it for them. And it's like, I think Maria, you had said earlier about boundaries and ensuring that, are you safe as well? Do you feel okay to engage? You can also, schedule a different time to have a conversation, but making sure that they feel like you're taking them seriously and you're gonna forward this to the appropriate person.
How about C?
So, let's see. You have a contentious topic that will be up for a vote in the next board meeting and receive requests from Mika. I know. It's your theater voice. You have a contentious topic that will be up for a vote in the next board meeting and receive requests from multiple community members to meet with them and hear their point of view. How do you respond? So let's see. So I should have taken notes because I'm trying to remember precisely just to hone it in quick, because otherwise my analytical mind picks it all apart and says, well, what scenario and figures, and when we did all these different responses, whichever. So obviously, I think just like anything here is reading all of them, it's definitely listen. I think reflecting that we've listened with a sincere heart, but then let's see, board members should request multiple communities. Sorry, I was thinking this was training one. following up, sharing that with the superintendent and the board chair, whichever. Seeing again, kind of like I think if this is something that, depending on the heft of the topic, how long it's been going, what it is, and so on, what that we can address by just reaching back out to them with answers, or if it's something that we should consider for policy change or not. If it is contentious, I'm guessing there's not just oh, never mind. I'm so sorry. See, I should have done notes. Yes, I think because it comes from multiple community members, it's definitely something that should be addressed and more than once to reflect ideally that it's been looked at. So maybe a follow-up later. We can talk about it, putting it on the agenda and discussing with the board member and board meeting, and rather than probably direct follow-ups, and then kind of just keep an eye on it depending on what it is, like I said, and seeing how we can evolve, I guess, between community and what's realistic within the board. All right.
Yeah. So this is a scenario we have all, I have faced personally. I'm not saying no. So my approach has been to listen to them, listen to different perspectives, even if I may not agree with that, try to understand their perspective. And I try my best to articulate what position I have arrived at. There should be no surprises at the time of voting. That's my stand on it. I don't like to surprise the community, nor my fellow board members, anybody when I vote, because we go through first reading, second, and then the whole process. So even if I'm going to vote something that is not popular, I have tried my best to articulate my point of view in such a way, in more than one way, so that the community should have a thought that, why did I suddenly vote like this? There should be no say. It has not been easy, but it has been my position.
That's right. I mean, I that's the first thing that, yes, that popped into my mind, as I said, in the room, whatever, that I would just automatically say. But then again, I think the weight of it, I think, is something to consider as well. But I would just share my honest perspective, I think, in general. And then also, again, if it's something that, I don't know, and then the follow-up of it. So people want to know too, after voting, from what I've learned with the community and perspectives as well. So, but I think they should share their voice, is what I usually tell folks. And speak for themselves.
Most of the time,
sorry.
No, it's okay. I think a lot of this is a scenario that happens a lot. And I think what you have to balance as a board member, I think you said it really well about listening to different points of view and making sure that people are heard. So I found, like, if it's a contentious thing, sometimes specific groups will want to get your attention. And what I feel is, like, I'm just gonna take it to my superintendent and I'll be like, I'm getting a lot of feedback from this. Can we just have like either like we had like an open house and had resources or materials about the topic that maybe they were concerned about, and we were there as well, just if anybody wanted to come and chat or look at information that they were concerned about. Sometimes what we found was people were misinformed and were going off the rumor mill instead of actually looking at the material or reading things. They were just like going off inflammatory. And it's so hard now these days, especially with social media, to try to disprove a lie than to tell like the truth. I cannot tell you how difficult that is sometimes. But as a board and as a district, remaining transparent and just having access to information for people to educate themselves. So I think our board just always wanted to ensure that we that our community members saw that we were open to hearing from different perspectives and voices. And so we weren't going to one group and just sitting with them. We had it open for everybody to come in, and we rotated between us being present and making sure that we were accessible to community to just listen. But it is something that it varies depending on the topic, depending on the availability and the commitment of your board with engagement. This is all things that you kind of have to decide as a board and work together. What is your needs?
Can you guys imagine having had the luxury of an open house with transparency in the last few years? Like what could have been, it seems like so much more helpful and diffused and so on. I think that's great that you found that tack and that you're on board to choose it.
The thing is, we also had a lot of challenges with COVID though. And so as we tried to do things as much as we could, but we did have challenges in being able to, and not everybody is digitally can do Zoom or knows how to do that. So these are things that we're learning as we'll try this. If it didn't work, well, what else can we try? Did this become a barrier for some people to participate? What didn't we have in place? Like we're just constantly learning.
And you wouldn't want you to think we're always having open houses.
No.
Because that is not how that works.
Hillsborough is still in Oregon, right?
Yeah.
But there are times when the issue either hadn't been communicated well, or there was so much confusion around it where we have had, an additional communication avenue or something. For sure.
You're like, it's just a myth.
Yeah. I think for me, just to add to this is showing up consistently as a learner, and that community members, they're going to have their own perspective, but they might also have more information to share based on how a certain decision or policy or whatever it might impact their family or their child. And then also coming back, I think the other piece to circle back on there is getting clarity from, whether it's your leadership, whether it's your superintendent, on what the concerns are so that you can build your own understanding as well, and then share that understanding with the board, right? And make sure that you're addressing that on the proactive and hey, like you said, right, we've heard these concerns, want to make sure that we all understand what is and what isn't, and then address that, in the boardroom, before a vote, and just walk through again, this is what we're doing and this is not what we're doing, right? And so it's just it also is a way of getting information to make sure, are we communicating effectively with the public? Because if we're getting a lot of concerns about something, that is an indicator to us that we are not communicating effectively. And some of that might be as a collective, right, as a board, as a district, and some of that might actually also be from us as individuals and what we're putting out into social media or the world.
Yeah, to your point about we're not holding open houses for everything, because a lot of times the issues that people would have, or we heard a lot, were things that were not even within our control. So we're not going to have an open house for something that we don't have actually the power to change. That's a federal or a state issue. We can't do anything about it. So we want to make sure that it's things that are within the realm of our control, that we're able to actually enact change or do something about it when we hear about it.
As superintendents, we get hit up in the same way the board members do. Be out about in the community, and someone will say, I can't believe that this person over at such and such school, and you hear the whole thing. And I know that one of the things I've learned is when I hear that type of story, I'm hearing exactly one perspective on it, and that there's many other perspectives out there. And I've learned not to overpromise on that and to do my homework. So you are going to find yourselves in the exact same situation.
I was just gonna say, board members had asked for additional information on different topics that the district was pursuing, and we did listen session.
Okay, who had D?
All right, you and all your board members receive a letter from a local attorney in your community alleging that your board's action in a previous vote is not reflective of your community's value and could potentially have legal repercussions. How do you respond? So after going in and saying this is a letter from a local attorney, the vote is not reflective of community values, but there isn't an actual illustration of what, broken law or whatnot. I guess the first step is referring and looping in superintendent and then perhaps legal counsel just for awareness based on like not knowing what actions a person might take. And perhaps leaning on that expertise also to draft a response that doesn't, implicate you in any other way, in addressing it at like that individual level. So a little bit of a, don't give too much energy when unnecessary. Because it's just a little bit of
Yeah. Sound like you speak from experience.
Okay, who had E?
I did, you and one other board member received an email invitation by a couple of neighboring district board members to meet and talk about the growth of your districts and what plans you have to expand against each other's borders. How do you respond? I'm just passing it on to staff, because I mean, like, we've done, like, this is, we were like literally picking apart C, D, and E, because we're like, well, does the, like, on V, we were like, there's nothing about it actually being illegal, so this isn't a big deal. And then on this one, like, I was like, we're just within the urban growth boundary. We have no designation around like whether or not we really go out into the urban growth boundary. So yeah, we just, that's none of my business.
The other thing I like to think about when these scenarios, if these reflect real life situations, purely accidental. But the other thing that you think about, or that I think about now, a lot of these is, if the news were to have heard about this and this came out, how do you think our community would respond? Such and such board members with the other board members met and talked about this. Like the perception and the optics of what that looks like is also something to be careful about. So to your point, maybe some things, is it legal? Is it not legal? Is it like we have less than 3 board members? So does that count? Beyond that, also just the public perception is really important, and the optics of what you do is really important when you're making decisions. Beyond checking and saying, hey, this is weird, superintendent, like, is this something that we should be doing?
Yeah.
Checking with your own council, checking with your own board to see what is right or not. But your spidey senses should be kind of telling you, ooh, this kind of feels a little.
To be fair, we did discuss that. We talked about learning superintendent because you were talking about maybe like Ashley, our assistant or something, replying back to them and just letting them answer it and say, no, we're not going to do that. Thanks. So,
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, who got F?
I did. The local organization that's offering after-school programs is asking you if you could add them to your board's agenda to present information about an upcoming bond and ask for your board's endorsement. How do you respond? We discussed about it and we said, take it to the superintendent chair and see if it can be an agenda and seek legal counsel if necessary. Pretty much, isn't it? Anything else? I think that's pretty much.
We were a bit confused by part of the question, like what does the organization have? Like a bond measure, or is the school district having a bond measure?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's say the organization has a bond measure.
So then our next question was, can a school board do a collective endorsement of a bond measure? That was our legal question.
Yeah, they can.
They can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is a part where you as a board member have to do a little bit more research and work. Is like, what if this is competing with your revenue? How do you know that this is not going to impact? Sounds like a great idea just at the front end, but you don't know what the taxing and how that's built in the background. If it's actually going to take away money from your district or what's going to happen, you have no idea. So before you kind of commit yourselves or do something, I think this is the part where it's like, hey, can we ask staff to look at it? Or have you heard about the superintendent? or can we get more information about this? Very, I don't think that we've had any situations where we've had approved as a board, something like this. But you do get requests that happen, and it's important that you are super careful about your position.
So I don't know if anybody else received an email from a landscaping company out in Corvallis who talked about, they're promoting themselves for us to connect with them. They, I guess, connect with Albany and Corvallis. I haven't forwarded or anything, so, but they're requesting to, basically, assuming for us to hire them to conduct lawn maintenance. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we get a lot of those things, and we're just like, oh, here's our business person. You know, that's definitely operational.
But yeah, my plan is to forward it to Ashley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have one more. G.
That was Ashley night, and it was a city councilor wanting to present at their next council meeting regarding an initiative that is a partnership between the district and the city. How do you respond? I guess what we said was like go to board leadership, and also like so you can like make sure that you understand like the basis of the presentation and like the partnership between the district and the city before you like go and agree to something.
Anybody else want to add anything?
We had quite a bit of conversation. I thought you, do you want to share your perspective?
Yeah, I was discussing with Chair Carson Cottingham. As an individual board member or as an individual, we could go and give a presentation as long as we don't speak for the board, number one. Second thing is, if it is already a board decision that has been made in a public meeting, we could repeat it as saying this was voted or this we have done through first reading, etc. But we should be careful not to make any commitment based on behalf of the board. So that's my position on it. So, because we do get sometimes people call you either talk on mental health or talk on housing and transportation and things like that.
Yeah, you are all experts in your own field of whatever else you do besides board work. It's so important though, now that you have this title, you always have to disclose that you're speaking as individual and not on behalf of this board.
So what is the correct answer you guys follow in Hillsborough? What's the correct?
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much that. Everything's
exactly what you both
you
said.
do.
Yeah.
And the additional piece I would say, there's actually a staff that actually did this program or did this, have them present on it, you know, I'll be in the seat like saying yay, but have the actual people that did the work, actually, they'll have more to share in more detail. So I would just refer them and say, oh, this is superintendent, they're asking about this. Can you have them or help them with whatever they need so that they can actually get the right person to present? I get sometimes we have colleagues in that political arena, and so they really want to like, hey, let's talk about this topic, but really it's the people that are the experts on that topic that should be presenting.
Yeah, I think when we were talking, I guess I have the perspective, like if we're sticking to exactly the hypothetical, it's if the request is to come talk about an existing initiative or partnership between the district and the city, that we are allowed to potentially go in our own individual capacity, but I don't think that that's the best practice.
Right.
Yeah, I think Erica hit it right. There's what you're allowed to do, and then what the perception of that might be, I think is all part of your consideration.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Oh, we're gonna do.
You were gonna pull a card.
Oh, pull a card, sorry.
That was all
Okay, empty your seat, I can see. Okay, a pet peeve when people constantly repeat themselves. When people constantly repeat. No. And then the worst job, Winco Warehouse.
Heard that before.
Any guesses?
I'm gonna go with Valdo.
I shopped.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, okay. Tell us about that warehouse.
Kind of same thing, started off as a day shift, but then they put me on the graveyard. And I mean, it was just mindless for me, and the hours were horrible. I was young, and yeah, I didn't like it. No, it was the Salem deal. It's the gosh, who is it? It's the probation, or not probation, criminal justice department building back there behind the old sporting goods. And I don't know. Yeah, the only fun part was you got to ride this fast, long pallet jack. Computerized pallet jack. Yeah.
All right.
I don't like to remember those.
No. Sorry to bring that back. Oh, biggest pet peeve is riding on note cards during lunch break. The first job was being a security guard.
That boss. Yeah.
The humor is there, and yeah.
Where were you a security guard at?
My dad owns it's a small business for in security guard patrol, so kind of like a high school part-time college job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it?
And so, I don't know. There were times where it was the worst job. I'm just trying to stay away.
This person, their first job was cleaning portable toilets. And their pet peeve is whistling, ... I cannot be around it.
All right, so we start with Patrick. I never read it. Say Bob Silva.
Done.
Tracy?
John.
No?
That would be awesome. I wish I could yes, but it's a lie. Because it's.
Howard, Linda?
No.
Alright, sorry.
Yeah, border potty.
Well, that was the first job. I mean, okay. You just, how'd you land there?
No, first of all, I'm gonna give you a minute. How many puns in your own mind can you make about that job? Actually, you know what? I look back with great affection, that job. You know how sometimes a job, when you first have it, you're like, no, it's terrible. And then like there's people there and you kind of make it fun together and
Trauma bonding.
So 3 keys to portable toilet cleaning. 1, the bubble gum scent hovers better than any other scent. So next time you're in a portable toilet and there's a little pink bar, now you know why. Very long brushes. That's the key. Very long brushes.
I was thinking this.
And well,
You just stay away.
and then the third thing I will tell you about it is that you learn a lot about the culture of an event. Yeah, you really do. And an event that I would never attend, now that I know what they put down in the portable toilets, any of those historical reenactments.
Hard pass. Your parents said you need a full-time job, and that's what happened.
Theater kid thing, right?
Oddly, I'm more intrigued by the whistling.
I really want to whistle.
Yeah. All right, well, 2 reminders then. With your contract with the employee assistance program, you probably get 10 free sessions. Just a reminder for myself is when I'm at the dentist and they ask if I want the bubblegum flavored fluoride, I'm going to say no. Yeah. All right, the next portion, actually, any questions on roles and responsibilities? Are you gaining some clarity on that? Anything that we need to address?
So in this roles and responsibilities, this is it's not as concrete as black and white. I really think that's my experience in 4 years. So my sense would be if there's a way we can have like one-to-one meeting as with Andrea. Sometimes you just have to keep, it's a work in progress. And because, you try to explain to 10 family members and the 11th one will assume that you're the one doing it. Yeah, so it's going to be that you can convince people, you can explain people, but it's going to be a work in progress. Even in 4 years, I haven't learned this. So my sense would be to just go easy on yourself. If you make a mistake, then you reflect on it and then work backwards. Don't take offense. Don't take it personally as a responsibility. It's going to be a work in progress. There's no simple clean cut.
I was gonna make a note, I skipped through this, but on OSBA, so 2 plugs, OSBA has a conference in the next couple of weeks here in Salem, so it's right in your backyard. But there's a lot of sessions that talk more in depth about roles and responsibilities or expectations, more of the procedural things, technical things as a board member that you need to know. And then they have this on the website. If you scroll down, it has a code of conduct, if you will. And these are things that are really helpful points maybe to think about. Like one of them, for example, says, you understand that you don't speak for the whole board, that that everybody has their own opinion. You also understand that that decisions are made as a majority. And there's different things on that I think are really useful just to learn a little bit and also to just be cognizant of like, these are some of the best practices around how you should behave yourself and conduct yourself as a board member. That would be helpful. So I just wanted to share that resource as well.
Right, next, we're going to move into the communication norms, and we'll turn it over to Andrew.
Thank you. This flows actually very well from the work we did this morning and then the roles and responsibilities. So we're going to only spend about somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes because we're making the agenda adjustments to respond to what's on your mind. Does anyone need a hard copy of the document that looks like this? It's a proposed board member communication norms.
There was not be on every.
Yeah.
Here.
Thank you.
So to connect this to this morning's work. Actually, let me take one step back. This document is actually designed only to articulate clearly what you can expect of us and a little bit of what we can expect of you as it relates to communications. Nothing that's in here is currently part of your VG policies. I'll pause briefly to say there's a lot that's not in here. That's about how you all govern as a board and how you communicate with each other. Because that is in the VG policies. And so we didn't duplicate it or repeat it. It simply is in the policy handbook. This is just the part that's not in there. And I once had an attorney tell me that the best contract you could ever write is one that you never have to read again. And it's because it's so clear when you read it that everybody's like, oh yeah, I understand exactly. I understand what's expected of me. I understand what I can expect of others. And it's the clarity of it that actually serves the relationship. So This is the result of a few different things. One is conversations with all of you to try to understand where communications are strong and where they can be improved. And the other is to extend some of the roles conversations that we just completed up into communications. For today, I'm just gonna grab a few, I've about 3 or 4 of the bigger kind of themes here. And make sure that we have a chance to hear and if you wish, talk about them together. We're not gonna revise this at this table. But what we will need to do is on August 8th, come back and take a form of board action on this. It's not designed to be a policy, but it will be more like a vote of the board to recognize these communication norms. These will be really helpful to us as a team and for our teams, because it helps them know what to do if, for example, a board member requests something of them. So that will be the process for today. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a few quick themes, and if there are any concerns about those things, I'll kind of take Etica's lead and ask us to push right beyond the high level generality and politeness and dip our toes into the area that's a little bit more risky. And just express any real concerns you might have. Okay, so big area number 1 that I want to call out here is that we all jointly, this is the number 3 in the first list. We jointly recognize the importance of responding to stakeholder concerns. And I think we all naturally do recognize that right now. But I also just want to pull up this second piece, which is a joint recognition that not all concerns can be immediately addressed. Because this is a pretty big system. And a lot of our work runs through systems inside of systems. So as a communication norm here, what this really says is that we will strive to address all that we can, and we will recognize that this is a really important part of our job. And on a rare occasion, there may be points where we cannot solve everyone's problem. And there may be moments when it feels like we cannot solve problems immediately, even if we want to. So that's the first big one that I want to make sure that I pull to the surface. The second is in this next portion where it says, as it relates to board communications with the superintendent and staff, the board should. This is a list of things that you should expect of our team. And you'll see that it covers quite a bit of territory, but this is territory that we're prepared to organize around to make sure that we are doing our very best to deliver. If there's an emergency, you should expect to hear from us. And if we fail to tell you about something that's an emergency, we should expect to hear from you about that failure. You should expect that there's a predictable cadence to the way that we are keeping you updated, providing you information, and that there aren't surprises in the way that happens. Next Wednesday, Aaron and his team will be sending out your first of the bi-weekly board newsletter updates, which we've tried to organize so that it's all of the big categories, all of the big announcements, very easy to read, and has a portion that you can easily use to share information through your networks. And then another piece that I just want to kind of pull to the surface here is that there's a heavy reliance on the word reasonable here, which we will have to kind of interpret together as we go. We are all striving for excellence, and we're all striving for responsiveness. And that's the standard that we hold. But at a minimum, we want to make sure that everybody is hearing a reasonable amount in a timely way. Okay, the final thing that I want to pull up, it relates to next to a third category where it says board communications. As it relates to board communications with the superintendent and staff, the board should not. Earlier today. Well, Nadia, you actually talked about it a little bit as a parent. And earlier today, somebody else made a reference to how, I think it was you, Erica. The board presence with our staff in our buildings it might be bigger than you realized. You feel really important to them. And even if you didn't in any way intend to show up with an outsized impact, the very fact of who you are means that they're going to see you a little bit differently. This entire section is designed in whole to help make sure that if there's something you need from our teams or from our schools, that you let us help them help you, rather than asking them directly. And it's merely because of your importance in this system and therefore your impact on their work when you ask it directly. The simplest example is, and I don't know this to have happened here, but showing up to school buildings unannounced. A principal will stop whatever they're doing if you do that. Even if something really important is happening, a principal will typically stop whatever they're doing. And we can help get you access to schools and make sure that it's a time that's not disruptive to the learning environment. So you can expect us to help you with that at the same time that we're saying you should not show up in schools unannounced. Those are just the three pieces I wanted to pull to the surface without spending time on all the language. So I'm going to pause here and ask for anyone who has any significant concerns about the language that's in this document to share it with the group.
I wouldn't call this a significant concern, but I just seeking clarity because especially now that we've established like relationships with like cabinet level staff. So should we try to just direct all questions to you, or is cabinet level staff okay? Because like I mean I don't usually go any lower than that. Like I might have like our area director of like our high schools like contact information, but doesn't mean I call him with my issues. Usually I direct it to like the superintendent or one of the assistant superintendents.
Especially when we are early in this relationship, I would like you to send it to me, and then I will almost certainly immediately send it to staff. But the reason that that matters to me is that if there's something that's on your mind, I want it to be on my mind too. I don't want to miss the learning opportunity that something has come up for you. And so this helps me do both.
I like that, but I also want to make sure that you have a plan, that you don't get so overwhelmed that you can't stay focused on what you're trying to do.
I appreciate that, especially since it seems manageable in July.
Yeah.
This is part of the reason we're not gonna keep this at a policy level. It's like, it's a way to get started. And for now, I would take the risk of feeling a little swamped for the benefit of knowing what's on your minds.
And then I think my only other question is, on that second section, number 4, expect timely invitations to important district and school-based events. I guess maybe not in this space, since we might not have time, but it would be good, I think, to flesh out what we all qualify as important. Because like, I mean, like to me, for example, the celebration of the namesake of one of our schools, it could qualify as important, but to other folks that might just be like, they're like, hey, I don't care about Geraldine Hammond's birthday, but I do.
I think that is an excellent point. That's something that Aaron, his team has been thinking about a lot too, because there'll be a section, you'll see on Wednesday, there's a section of the board updates, the bi-weekly board updates that will have events that we think might be of interest. as we start getting those out to you, I think we'll get a more clear sense of whether we got the type and we got the size right for you.
Thank you. Superintendent. I think as we start, and once this system starts working properly, the number of questions that we'll have to refer to you will go down. Because when people can start addressing the grievances or questions at every level, hopefully the number of times people send it directly to us will go down. So that's like inversely related. And in a good ideal system, we should have 0 complaint. Now, that's an aspirational goal. My hope is this contact us is like easily accessible in the website. So maybe we can start using that as a way to guide community to directly develop capacity to put the question, and so that somebody will triage those questions and probably get them answers. My hope is to kind of build capacity, let community directly find a way to do it rather than having to route through the whole. At some stage, not today.
The link is right on it's extremely visible, it's right on the landing page. And part of the reason this is helpful for us is that even if it goes, somebody says something to you at the grocery store, you might hear and understand 90% of what they were trying to tell you, and then we understand 90% of what you told us. And by the time we're solving the problem, we're solving the wrong problem. So it's really helpful for us to have the person's name and the ability to see exactly the way they expressed their question or concern.
I like this. This is a good way of complete transparency. And also it recognizes the importance of addressing stakeholders and constituent questions. So there is a way that community can get directly questions answered on their own. So I think it will be a wonderful way to have that so that we don't have to keep waiting for the answer.
The next steps with this are that I want to give you time to think about this and see if there's anything else that is either, maybe not even a concern, maybe just something that needs more clarity. If you find anything like that, I'd like just to ask you to please send me an email, let me know, and I can do some more work on this. We will load this onto the August agenda for a form of action. And just as a quick reminder that this will not be a policy. This will be something that recognizes that we all discussed it, had a chance to think about it, and are going to be living into it. And then when and if we find errors, we'll address those errors.
Why not a policy? Because then what's to hold us accountable? Being in line with these agreements.
I think here it's helpful to probably defer to Mike and Erika. I will say that I think that a lot of organizations have working agreements, which are not exactly a policy level, but they function more the way you're describing. And I think that eventually we could imagine finding ourselves someplace like that.
Yeah.
But do I have that right?
Yeah, you do. Well, I can tell you the experience of a couple of other districts that I've worked with and just our own experiences that you did not make it a policy item. Especially early on, we were trying to feel our way through this, and we call them working agreements, but our working agreements have morphed over the years. And we want to stay nimble enough and make them agreements that we reaffirm every year. And we typically, every board retreat that we have, we take a look at the working agreements and we ask ourselves, can we still live with this? And is it still meeting our needs? What is there anything else that's necessary? So not making it a policy allows us to be super nimble with it and to just be in constant problem solving mode. That was our feeling about that.
Yeah, I will also say that this is like, a lot of this is behavior things. for board members, so you're learning how to do this. You don't want it to be so harsh that you violated this policy that says you were supposed to do this or act like this, when you're still learning how to interact with one another. So really having it as a working agreement makes it so that you can softly correct each other and say like, hey, every year you look at it and what did we struggle with last year in our working agreements that we can have a conversation. Like, this was really hard for us as a board. We didn't really do a good job of this. Or how can we do better this year? Do we have to change something? But it, like Mike said, it makes it really nimble. And every year or every couple years, you might have a new board members, and so you change it. During the pandemic, we had a lot of emails all the time, and in our working agreement, it said that only our chair can send email on behalf of the board. We were so overwhelmed, we're like, we need to change this to say that the vice chair can also do that, because we were sharing the responsibility. So it gives us an opportunity to respond and change things.
I think just to add to that, we do have like our board member code of conduct, right? And we have our policies, which I know that these are kind of stem from. And so thinking about those policies as like, here's the what, but then this is a little bit more of the how, right? Like how this is going to be implemented within our board. And I think I really appreciate the clarity of, you know, as you're coming on and have learning to do and relationships to establish, you taking the time, I really appreciate you taking the time to dissect the policies that we do have in writing and translate to those into language that works for you, and that will hopefully work for us also.
That's a little side question for learning. So who gets to write the working agreements? Is that just typically superintendent? Is that or board or executive team? Is it a collaborative of you and the executive team?
So if we were gonna go the next step and think of it as like either working agreements for the whole board, or maybe even something related to policy, I think that the next step for this group would be actually taking a look at the crosswalk and seeing how much is already in policy. My guess is 75% of the things you would want to have established in board working agreements is already adopted. It is kind of a matter, I think, of pulling it out and making it easier for you to find and see as a way of governing. That's not even a writing project, it's just a collection project.
2 years ago, we did a meeting with OSBA, developed board working agreements, and started on superintendent agreements as well. So we looked at that.
So both benefits, so I can look, okay.
And I believe we incorporated some of those then into the BGs that were updated in 2023. I mean, in January.
So, so this is a procedural question. So once say we do that, we vote on it. So this will be jointly signed by the superintendent and the board, the chair, as on behalf of the board. If when we go through this on school board meeting, because there are some parts of it the district staff or the district leadership also can say, no, you have to go through superintendent. So from an operational point of view, will it reside with the district or will it reside with the board? Or is it one which will overlap both sides as a protocol?
Are you talking about
It is the one we discussed.
The way that I imagine this functioning is that it provides the clarity you guys need to know what is clearly you can expect of us.
Yep.
And then in the event of a failure to deliver that is otherwise clearly expressed, we have a way to talk about that. I don't think that it requires a signature. It does benefit from action at the table though. So there's a moment where everybody was there. It was formalized.
Yeah, we usually do like a nod.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees.
Or informal.
Informal and the board. We also have a copy of this next to our dais for all of us to see. Laminated every year so that we can kind of see. And this can also serve as a place of how we evaluate ourselves as a board. how do we follow the working agreements?
And this also calls out some role which we should not practice, like directly sending an email to, say, Dr. West or Ed. So would this also be in the place where the district leadership also will have a copy, so that in the beginning, there's got to be a learning curve. If somebody starts directly sending, so they also know. So Dr. West knows, okay, now this is ideally going to gently send it back to us and saying, go through Andrea.
Yes, and that's actually a great point, because one of the things that with your review and then action on the 8th, it enables especially Olga and Ethan to tell school principals, hey, we already agreed to this. So if a board member, I'm sure this wouldn't happen, but if a board member shows up unannounced anyway, that principal has already pre-operated to say, hey, you know what? I didn't know you were coming. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna refer you to the superintendent's office and they are gonna help you find a time. And that just kind of releases them from that moment. But you knowing that they will do it and them knowing that they can do it is part of how we release the pressure from something that otherwise could be a little bit counterproductive.
And that's the reason I was asking this question is, how will the district level leadership, how will it trickle down the district level leadership if it just resides with the board alone, right? I don't know how they do it in your place.
Yeah, so the way it has worked for us is I share it with our cabinet.
Okay, there
And,
you go.
and I also, during our administrative meetings where all the principals are there, I've reviewed that with them. It's exactly what she's saying, is that they understand the rules that we've agreed to play with them. And if that's not happening, I need to help them problem solve that.
And is this something that the community will know that? So if this can be our talking points with the community when they ask, why is it not even roof is leaking or whatever.
I think it'd be up to you to
So
educate
this
them.
will be public domain.
I mean, yeah, you can see it. I've never had anybody interested in our, they don't really.
So we'll be discussing it in the public meeting. So
Yeah.
technically it's a public. Sure.
Please reach out if you have thoughts, questions, concerns, even edits. I would love to get it right before the 8th. And if I don't hear from you all, I will just be working this into the agenda.
I think that Ashley was gonna have ice cream about this time because it looks like you just finished your dessert, so that's it's important. Would someone look out there and see if that happens? It is out there. Okay. That's why you're ice cream. Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a quick 15-minute break? Yeah.
I should have waited and so. Couple minutes.
Like. We're gonna do some index cards.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah, like
All
we
right,
could
we've got
set a stipend.
pet peeve. When people judge me without hearing my story. And first job sold vegetables while I was in 8th grade.
Ashley.
Karina,
Linda.
Chrissy.
Sorry, never mind. I just wanna make
That
sure.
goes to me.
Oh.
So tell us about your first job.
Well, at early morning, I used to go to the main market, buy bulk vegetables, come and set it up and have somebody who didn't know the local language. I mean, I just told him how much to sell each one, then go to school, come back, finish the school, close the business and do homework instead.
Wow.
Yeah, so back in India.
Okay.
And so that's where I started the business, 8th grade.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pet peeve, not putting things away. First job was mowing lawns.
Suzanne.
With mine.
I'm just desperate to know Suzanne.
Or is it you? Have we hit you guys yet, John or Robert? Have you guys, have we read yours?
Was called the version.
No.
I like this.
Yeah.
Move on, I'm putting things away, yeah. Done.
Yeah.
My dad likes to complain about how many lawnmowers I wore out, because he'd buy the lawnmower and then I could have my own mowing business. So I took him up on it and actually wore out several, and he's mowing so many lawns.
So you should have been a marketer for your.
Okay, this person, their first out or first or worst banquet server at a country club, had to wear a bow tie. And pet peeve, people sniffing repeatedly and not blowing their nose.
What was the job again?
Suzanne.
Banquet server.
Man, until you come out.
Banquet server. at a country club.
Okay.
It's got to be Robert Salem.
How to wear a bow tie. It sounds very distinct. You already. You wear a bow tie? Was it older?
No.
No.
Ashley, was that you? Yeah.
And it's fun.
I went against that.
A bow tie and a cummerbund.
And that was after college.
All right.
A vast age difference right there.
Is that around country club around here?
It was the old one in Lake Oswego. So
Okay.
I was working at a long-term care facility and there at the same time
Wow. Okay.
after college.
All right.
Do you still have the bow tie?
Good job.
I don't know, it was so itchy and ugly, like very 90s, you know, like
Okay, I
You're a
will do you
Dutchman.
one better, because when I was in college, I worked at a Mexican restaurant and I had the mariachi bow tie as a server.
Oh.
yeah. They're like chin up, smile at all times.
It's so huge.
That's their
I worked for Ross before bow ties on Fridays.
I went for Ross, I would wear a bow tie every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what Ross would
Friday, bow ties every day.
I still have my son's apron and bow tie with his little name tag.
I was a banging.
All right, very good. So we, after lunch, we wanted to speed things up a bit so that we can leave some time in the agenda for the results policy. It sounds like there was either some secret plan to get a lot of sticky notes up there that said results policy, or it was just on people's mind. And so we wanted the opportunity to spend some time with that today. I can tell you that while I haven't heard of a lot of districts with a results policy. I can tell you that districts that have a tight focus and they are centered on a few things and doing those few things better, as opposed to having a number of different goals they've set for themselves, they tend to go further faster. So I mean, I'm excited to engage in this conversation and to give some space for this.
I also just wanted to add, I think, Chrissy, we were just talking about this offline, was that I mentioned earlier how when you have a really effective board and you're really focused, then that shows up in your results in student achievement, and how you can look at our data, and probably that's a great metric for also you all mentioned earlier when we were talking about data savvy board members, like what data do you need to look at, to measure? And I think that's really important to just see that as you're doing this work, there's something that you can go back and look at, like when we are an effective board, when we're moving cohesively and we're having a single vision and acting as a whole body, how is that impacting our students? And how are we seeing that in progress? And that's something that is really has been a point of pride for us, and also just rewarding to see like this work that we're putting in to get along, to do our working agreements, to have our roles, clarity on our roles, and to have a governance policy and all of this, it works. And this is how we can see it impacting our students. So I think we're gonna hand it over to Suzanne.
Thank you. And I want to start by emphasizing what I think I heard you say earlier, Erica, that Hillsborough is now at 87% graduation rate. Okay. That's timely that you brought that up, because we're going to take a look at specifically our growth targets in relationship to a results policy, and I'll explain why in just a minute. But hold on to that number, because when we look at the high school growth targets, you'll see a parallel there. So currently on our results policy, we have a lot on there. We have all of the OSAS measures. We have graduation rates, we have dropout rates, we have all of the KPIs. Right now, there are many different metrics on our results policy. So put a pin in that for just a minute. We also recently have talked about the longitudinal performance growth targets, and how these growth targets are how the Department of Education will hold our school district accountable. They're 5-year targets, and we're going to do them. We must do them. In fact, as a school board, you will be asked here very shortly to sign an agreement with the Department of Education that says that we will work towards these goals, and that we will devote district resources and efforts towards achieving these goals. So it's really important for us to understand these goals in relationship to any results policy that we work on. Will you, Erin, look over? I'm going to hand you all copies of the document that I think will help us with discussion activity that we're going to undertake here in just a couple of minutes. All 5 of our longitudinal performance growth targets are included in the packet that's coming around. When you get this, if you would flip to the second page to orient ourselves to how to interpret this information, we'll just look at where you're going for graduation rate. Louder? You got it. Okay, I'm going to use my teacher voice. How's that? Better? All right. Does everybody have a copy? Is it still going around? Yeah. Second page is our 4-year cohort graduation rate. And what I want to orient you to is this table right down here. I want to make sure you understand how to read this, so that when you enter into your conversation, you have a good understanding of what these goals mean for us as a district.
There are three different types of goals on here, and this was briefly introduced to you in the board meeting last week. The three different types of goals are our baseline goal, our stretch goal, and our gap closing goal. There's some information down here from the Department of Education that provides a definition for each of those goals, but briefly, the baseline goal is what we will be held accountable to. This is what OBE is going to come back and say, did you actually achieve your goal? The stretch goal, the stretch game right here, this is our aspiration. This is what we think we could really push ourselves to achieve, but it is aspirational. And then the gap closing goal is what we need to achieve in order to close the gap between our focal student groups and our overall achievement. All three of these goals matter, and they are all aligned to this metric right here, this middle one. This is our baseline where we're starting from. 79.8% graduation rate for the 21-22 school year. Again, remember, graduation data are a year delayed. That's why this is 21-22 school year. As I mentioned in the board meeting, the Department of Education has said no district can exceed the annualized growth of the top 10% of the districts in the state. The top 10% of the districts in the state average 3.4% annual growth. So for us, we co-created these goals with the Department of Education, and it was quite a process. It was our level directors. We had people who were responsible for the different programs that are part of the integrated plan involved. We had our deputy superintendents there, our new superintendent was there. We had a pretty robust conversation with the Department of Education around what we think is attainable for us as a district. Over the course of 5 years, you'll see we have a 1.5% increase, 1.5% increase, and then we're pushing ourselves further to the point where by the 27-28 school year, we're increasing 2% that year to get to an 88.6% graduation rate, higher even than what we heard from our colleagues at here. So this alone is pretty aspirational for us. Get to 92.3% is really pushing ourselves. Doable, but it's pushing ourselves. And then at a minimum, we need to be here to start closing the gap. Let me pause right there for a minute. Seeing this table, what questions do you have?
Sorry, does someone else have a question first? I'll ask mine after if you do. I feel like other people are thinking, because it's kind of like a recap of what we went over the other day. I was just gonna ask you to please explain, if you wouldn't mind, one more time, why that was the ceiling. Do you mind explaining that?
Yeah, of course. So the Department of Education has told all the districts in the state, all 196 of us, no district can exceed an annualized growth rate of 3.4%.
Because
this is the top 10% of the districts in the state, and realistically, that pushing ourselves that far wouldn't be attainable. Moving a system like this, and I'll show you why in just a couple of minutes. A system like this, that far, that fast, would create the conditions for us to fail.
So because of the longevity, got it, the realistic. Yeah.
So I asked this question that day and going to ask just to make sure I understand. And I really appreciate you taking time to explain to me and Kristen. So the gap closing consists of all the historical group put together. Their mean graduation is 75.1%, 2021, 21-22 or whatever the current range, right?
Correct.
And the gap closing is how much more you have to increase every year in order for them to reach the baseline for what we are aiming at, or what is the gap you're trying to close?
In order for the lines to get closer.
Closer to the baseline?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so the real question is, since it is a collection of all the target groups that we are measuring. We're going to collect them together and create a number. And then we are going to make sure it reaches the baseline so that those lines will be close.
Correct.
Now, will we have some way for us to spread, at least internally, so that, you know, there are some communities are just like 1%, some communities are 46%.
100%.
Correct. So if that thing is, I don't want anybody getting forgotten in the process. As we kind of, sometimes the average can go up by just posting one and still overlooking, because from an equity point of view, I just want you to explain it so it's not just me, that the community can understand. It's very complicated for us.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. We disaggregate our data internally. We look at the data by student focal group. So to your point, within this gap closing game here, we will have some student focal groups that are above 12.8% gain after 5 years. And we may have one or two groups that aren't quite this high, but this is what we're shooting for with the aggregate of all those groups. But internally, we disaggregate data, and that is how we hold ourselves accountable to progress.
And we will be allocating resources intentionally just to kind of bring the ones who may be not reaching 12.8 or internally there's so much random around the range is so much.
Right, and this is what we just scratched the surface of when we had our conversation about our MTSS system, and we'd be happy to spend some more time digging into that, but we don't have time right now.
No, not today, but just that I wanted to kind of surface that just to make sure I got it and I understood what you said there.
Yep.
I'm gonna restate one portion of that just to, well, check my own understanding, but also try to really create a clear separation. These as measurement goals are not the same as how we behave internally to deliver services.
Correct. Yeah, period, end of sentence.
End of paragraph, section break, yeah.
And the 13 categories which make up that target groups, that we didn't make it. It's a federal requirement. So just like Erica was saying, certain things we have to go for the sake of reporting. Is that my understanding is correct?
The Department of Education has identified those focal groups for us. Most of them do align with the federal focal groups as well.
So we have to follow the law, and while reporting, we have to use those 13 category groups as a way to report for the sake of accountability.
For this accountability, the Department of Education aggregates focal groups into one gap closing goal.
Which is 13 of them together.
When we receive our report card every year, it is disaggregated by student focal group.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Now, these percentages seem small. I want to put some context to what we're actually asking our system to do. So looking at 4-year graduation data, which got a little muffled here by. Okay, so this 79.8%, which is where we're at currently, puts us at a level 3 for our graduation rate. That's this blue distribution that you see right here. To move us to an 88.6% graduation rate would move us to a level 4, the way the Department of Education identifies how its school district performs. So that's a different distribution. That would shift 315 students in our system out of a total of 3,134 for this particular cohort that we're talking about. Okay. 315 students that we needed, if we were going to shift to a level 4, that for this particular graduation year, we would have needed to help earn enough credits to actually graduate on time. That's a significant number. Okay, and distribute that across 6 comprehensive high schools. That's a lot of students that our school colleagues would be working with individually to move across what we call the finish line. Worth it. We're not saying we're not putting that effort forth. But this helps you understand the scope of the numbers that we're talking about when we're looking at what seem like small percentages. In the scope of our system, it's actually a significant number of students that we need to work with to achieve the kind of results that we're shooting for.
Two quick additions here. Three, one is super motivating and two are somewhat professorial. Super motivating, we believe we can leave about an hour early. If we get you guys into your discussion groups soon. So keep that in the back of your mind. I've already checked in with Linda and Patrick. They have a perspective on this. All right, professorial points. The other is, I just want to say, the 315 is a lot, but we're not moving just 315 kids. We're moving it's the whole group. And this is true for every measure. If we wanted to move 315 kids or 76 kids or 22 kids, we could do that in a year and it would be malpractice. You have to improve the system so that every student moves. And that's why 1% sounds small, but is actually enormous. Because the whole system is improving to let that 1% forward. And this to me it connects back to this earlier conversation of if we were so proud of ourselves later, what would success look like? And seeing that difference between that blue and that red line, it's that as educators, we see that and that we just want it so much. That's what we want. On this side of the table, I think we all see it and we're like, please, let's get there.
100%. So here's the activity that we're gonna divide up and engage in. So now that you have some context for how to interpret the charts that you have there, we're gonna divide up into thirds and Mike has the team, so figure that out in just a minute here. The question that your team is going to engage with, take some time to look at every one of the 5 longitudinal performance growth targets. The question that we need you to answer is if every person, every board member is still serving in 5 years, and we achieve what's actually outlined here on these longitudinal performance growth targets, will we be proud of our results?
Okay, and then the progress report, do we get to see that and have access to that? Is that kind of like an itemization as far as separating those 13 categories and such?
Right about the district work cards that I held up.
Yes.
It's publicly available. Yes. And we have internal metrics that we'll be sharing out at ODE here.
You said it's on ODE?
Yeah.
So I need some help on how to find that. So I just wanted to, and again, that's good that you told me that it breaks it down. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll talk. So again, in your group, the question is, if every person, every board member in this room is still serving in 5 years and we achieve these goals, will we be proud of our results? Okay. Do you mind taking your group back to your office and then Yvonne and I, we can take corners of the room to spread out, is that okay? Okay. What question do you have about the prompt and examining the charts?
Is that a trick question?
It's not a trick question. Oh yeah, we've got 290 available.
So, Dr. West, it pertains to second page or all this?
All 5 of them.
Oh.
Thank you for clarifying.
Suzanne, can you give us like 2 sentences of how we should think about this prompt as it relates to the matter of a results policy?
Yes. Yeah, thank you for that. So as Andrea has pointed out, in order for a results policy to be meaningful and achievable for us, we need both annualized specific goals and we need long-term goals. We need both. The way the results policy is currently written, as I started with, there's a lot on there. We have every OSAC measure on there. We have graduation rates on there. We have dropout rates on there. We have KPIs on there. None of those measures are specific. The way the results policy is written, it says increase. We need specific annualized goals. We need specific long-term goals that we can strive for and that board members can hold the district accountable to. So as you're thinking about, will these goals, if we achieve them, make us proud of our efforts? Also be thinking about, thank you for that prompt, also be thinking about, will the goals as they're currently written help you as board members measure and evaluate our effectiveness and performance?
I have a kind of question. So this is not a cohort we are measuring. So, for example, if the third grade reading, which is the first one, in 2027-28, if we aim at 34.0, what will it do to the ninth grade, whatever the 4-year graduation? Is there anything that will connect those?
In time, if we do this well, the whole system will lift.
How much it will lift? Because are they going to be connected to each other? Like, is this 34% correlates with 88.6%?
I can't make that guess for you. Yeah, I don't have that crystal ball. I wish I did, but I don't. But we do know that if we are able to lift the whole system with these 5 metrics, that we will see greater graduation rates as a result. It's going to take time. So those third graders are not going to matriculate in 5 years. So our efforts with the third graders, we won't see here, we won't see them in this 88.6%. But those third graders, we will see 9 years later as 12th graders, and that's where we would expect to see even better results.
So is there, like, what we're agreeing and we're gonna vote to approve, right, or sign that we agree, is really specific, right?
Correct.
So is there any reason why we wouldn't want in a results policy just to refer to this?
That's the question that I think the board is going to have to wrestle with here very soon.
Okay. Because if we did that and we know that this process of the integrated guidance plan, I always am worried I'm not using the right language, but we could not have to do full overhauls of our results policy to such a degree that we're starting from scratch if we align to this, right?
That is my suggestion.
Okay.
And I think we need to recognize that as a system, if we point our efforts, our energies, our resources towards a few things,
right,
we can do those few things really well. We can align tightly to those few things. If we're dispersed, our results, we may see some results, but our results will not be as significant as we hope for. And certainly wouldn't be achieved as rapidly as we hope for.
That's one other question I was curious about, why Hillsborough hadn't adapted this. I don't know if you mentioned much detail about the fact that you have knowledge of it and kind of looked into it, or just out of curiosity.
I can tell you what I was thinking as Ashley was asking that question. I think what you have right now are districts that are working hard to align everything they do, because so many of us had this strategic plan out there, and then we had integrated guidance, and then we had goals, and they didn't go district, yeah, and that was a practice that was causing people to go in so many different directions that it just wasn't productive, and it was just a bad use of time, energy, and resources. It was just very difficult. So I didn't understand your question completely, but I wanted to share the alignment part, how important I think that is. Because you cannot expect your staff to chase so many things. There's a few things that they can chase and they can do that really well. But
Christy, do you mean like adoption of this?
Yes,
framework?
of the results policy. You said you hadn't heard or thought of it. Okay, good.
And all districts are required to set these.
yes, they integrated guidance.
Yeah.
That's a different question, which, I'm gonna clarify and then maybe we can come back to it. I think because I heard the same thing, that Hillsborough doesn't have a result policy the way we do. I think that's what they're referring to, not necessarily the integrated guidance itself.
Correct.
Okay, so put a pin in that. Let's finish this, and then if we have time, we'll come back to that question. Okay, so what we're gonna do, again, we're gonna divide up into thirds. Olga's gonna take a team, Don's gonna take a team, I'm gonna take a team. And we're gonna dig into these 5 goals. As we're looking at them, we're gonna have this question in mind and have our results policy in mind. 10 minutes, that's all we're gonna take on this, because we have 2 student advisors who have said, it's we pull out and we should be outside. And we're gonna try to honor their statements. Okay, Mike.
You're on your-
sure.
Yes, on Team Olga, we've got Ashley, Osvaldo, and Linda. On Team Eton, we've got Satya, Maria, and Patrick. And Team Suzanne, we've got Chrissy, Karina, and Cynthia.
Next windows.
And John, Bob, Aaron. Feel free to describe.
Where are we headed, Suzanne?
We'll stay here.
Okay.
Right, We're in kind of.
Yeah.
You mean like real life?
All right.
Like real life?
So,
I'm gonna,
yeah,
yeah.
all right.
I'm gonna call a timeout on the Star Wars.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because there is no winning in that debate. All right, so let's, we had 3 groups. Let's just
See.
What? Okay.
Well, now we are trying to figure out.
Good. Oh, I hear it.
It's a computer over here.
I'm not logged in.
Oh.
Did we bump the sound?
Oh, here we go.
My sound thing's over there, is it not?
Okay, good. So we have 3 groups. I hope every group, I saw Olga frantically designating a reporter. So let's go group by group and see if we can answer this question. So 5 years from now, let's assume we're all back in this room. 5 years from now, we're looking at results that say we nailed it. We were able to achieve what we said we were going to achieve. Is this something that we feel that we can be proud of? Let's start with Olga. Or whoever you designated.
Team, what's our yes or no answer?
Yes.
We said yes.
Okay, so yes. For my group, I think Cynthia, you were designated.
We said yes. It will be very proud to be able to meet that. Those goals.
Any thumbs through?
Well, I mean, overall, yes, but we were hoping to see more out of our 3rd grade level,
Sure.
like more growth.
We want that too.
Yeah.
Smile then.
Our but. Would be, as long as we supersede the state average, then we would be extremely proud.
Okay. That gives us something to strive for. That's fantastic. That we were able to, first of all, talk through that. And I want to share something that we discussed in our group that we'll come back to. And Karina asked you to jump in on this too. Because you kind of. Thank you. I will speak louder in my speaker voice. Thank you for that prompt. You kind of led this conversation with us in that we have here a template that we can utilize with the results policy that gives us very specific annualized goals and very specific 5-year goals that then as a board, you can hold us accountable to. We can bring this into the boardroom for you to monitor. We can look at this annually after state assessment results are released. So this is a tool that is ready-made for a results policy.
There's no penalty for redacting our contract and pulling out early.
We don't get that choice, actually.
Yeah.
So this agreement that ODE will bring to us is tied to money. So you, as a board, you can say that we won't sign this agreement, which means that we will not get the funding associated with this integrated plan.
Yes, we understand.
So, I mean, I just want to, I didn't quite understand that. Because there's a place in attendance, it says minus 1.1%.
That's the state average, yeah, it's the top 10% state average decline. And now remember, that includes COVID years, so we've seen across the state attendance drop.
So the second piece, I just want clarification. We were trying to get it in saying, in 25 to 2015, 16, it was like 40% or something, 3rd grade reading, and kind of numbers go down, and then it went down to 26.3. So we were discussing among ourselves with, there's now new law and extra funding for birth to 3rd grade reading, and that's going to be a lot of investment. So, and parents are worried that there has been decline. So there's a sense of urgency in getting that up. Even the community-based organizations have shared with me. I went to some neighborhood picnics this head. So even in 27, 28, we are not going to reach the 2015, 16 level.
Again, these are goals.
Okay.
The goals, you need to, what I'd ask of you is separate out the goals that we are agreeing to strive for and do with the Department of Education from what internally
Okay, Carl.
we are going to be working really hard to exceed. I can tell you, working with the individuals in this room, every one of us who are employees of the district want these numbers to be 100% across the board. That's where our heart is. So this is not,
Okay.
we're not gonna reach 34% and stop.
And if I can add to that, because I brought up with Suzanne, I know when we first saw this in the boardroom, and I remember speaking on like, why is it not 100%, right? And I didn't understand necessarily what the expectation was, didn't have then this like top 10, percent growth. And although I'm with you, right, like I would want all of these to be 100% when we're thinking about including some of this into a reserves policy, our goal, I believe, should also be to have the success of our superintendent and the success of our district, right? And so that does mean creating and implementing goals that are achievable. And that is what this is. But I know that in our heart, and what we really want to see is greater progress. And so, I mean, maybe at some point we implement that somewhere, but right now this is what is achievable. And so this question of, can we be proud with that? It's solidifying to hear that across the board. Yes, like we can do that. This will work for us. Is it going to be perfect? No. Do we want to do better? Yes. But would 100% goal lead our district and our superintendent for a successful implementation that are our success? Perhaps not. And so,
well, and to be very candid with you, if we had tried to do that, the department would reject it.
yes.
They would not accept a plan from us with a goal like that. So they are trying to set us up for success. The same way that internally, we want to make sure that the metrics that we agree to with the department, we feel are achievable. Strive for better, but this is what we think is achievable.
I think I'll let Ashley go first because I think she's going to share some, well, I don't know, but we talked about something in our group about third grade and then second grade and the importance of reporting of second grade and how we bring those KPIs to you to show you progress that our students, remember our multilingual learners, right? And so we will continually come to you and show you how our students are doing in that really important year where students go from learning to read to reading to learn, and we provide you with that information so you can see that there is progress happening.
Okay.
That is related to these number that doesn't feel great, but it's but we'll get us there slowly.
Two things. So yeah, thank you, Olga, for mentioning that. I think that's kind of going into the next level down, that like these might be our goals, right? But when we get information on them each month or every other month or whatever the cadence is, there's other factors that feed into whether we're achieving that goal or not. And when if we're talking about third grade, we know from what we learned this last year that the second grade literacy in both English and Spanish is really important to know whether you're going to meet that third grade target, and that the third grade target actually leaves a lot of our kiddos out. So it's good for us as board members to understand that. And then I think I forgot my second point, which was my original first point.
Well, I just to build on that, what we have been traditionally bringing into the boardroom and what would still fit with these growth goals are leading indicators. So that's exactly what Olga just shared, is the second grade reading metric in Spanish or English. That's a leading indicator for us. And we measure that in multiple points during the year. So that's what we've been calling our KPIs. These are actually lagging indicators. These are indicators that come after a full year of instruction. So there's really no way for us to respond to this. They can be used as an accountability metric, and that's what we're talking about. But the response to these particular measurements is it's too late in the year for us to make a difference for kids. That's why we focus on these leading indicators.
Oh,
So as a clarification, if I understand, so these are retrospective data and what you're going to, the KPIs are closer to the real time data where we can do mid-course correction. Is that right?
Correct.
All right.
I want to add one clarification to the clarification. The results policy should not include all the KPIs. We're talking about a small subset of super powerful, diverse measures that taken together tell a robust story of system health. Then underneath those, we stack the KPIs when we share information about our progress.
Well, one of the things that I'm hoping that we can also take out of it is that like, it's not, we should be helping the district champion, like all the work that they're doing to continue to advance and to grow. Like, it shouldn't be viewed as like a hard sell to our community members, because what we're saying is like, this is the evidence that we have that we're going to be committed to continuing to advance and to grow and to move the whole system forward. That's the only thing that I wanted to get out. Also, thank you.
I remember the thing I was gonna say was that I think even, like, if we characterize what's been put forward as achievable, I still think it's aspirational. So it's not, I don't want the public or anyone to think that we set things arbitrarily low so we would achieve every goal we set out to achieve. Like, I still think it's going to be like really hard how you started, Suzanne, in showing in meeting what we've laid out. And so that's why I would be most proud, is that like a lot of people might not really understand just how much work is going to have to go into meeting what we've set out to do.
I was just gonna say, this is really your role as a board member when community, the same questions that you're thinking of, or that how you're looking at it initially, is the same way that community's like, well, why are your goals so low? You know, they're gonna be coming at you like, why don't you want kids to graduate 100%? Of course, like, we believe like everything that you're saying, like, this is where you and your role and your public facing and community engagement, when you hear those comments, to be better prepared to answer that, or to say like, here's how this works, here's what we're holding ourselves accountable. This is a huge system, we want it to be sustainable for the change to continue forward.
Not that kind of stuff.
So there is a next step to this. We don't have time today to completely rewrite the results policy, but we wanted to put this in front of you and prime your thinking, so that when we do come back to you to actually do this work, we would have a frame of reference based on these growth targets and based on what those of you who are returning board members have seen in the past. So with that, do you have any closing words?
Yes, on that one closing word. So it's exactly what Suzanne said. And also, if you think back to the way we were talking about the results policy at the beginning, I think it's important to, as a body, have a chance to answer the question, is there anything really important that's missing? It's so important that I couldn't live with this whole results policy if it weren't added. Because once the results policy is done, whatever it says, that's what we're swinging our attentions toward. And what would be really hard on the whole system is to have something added in later outside of the results policy. And then we're trying to sort of shunt resources off to that, even though we didn't have a plan to do so.
So this is one piece of the result policy. If, to answer your question, Andrea, one of the areas that I would like to see in the result policy is some metrics on safety as a composite score, like a school climate or safety, and sense of belonging or engagement, which our longitudinal thing we are thinking of reporting. So those are the kind of two pieces that would help people understand that you need a safe school in order to achieve this. You need to have a sense of connectedness so that your child will be safe and engaged.
And that's what we need you to be thinking about between now and when we come back to you.
I think we're gonna actually hand it over to Exciting mouth open, I'll come back to you maybe probably afterwards, but I think we're stretching towards the finish line on this one, so. I'm gonna hand it back over to the facilitators to bring us home.
So we are, the next thing we want to talk about is what the future of this work, moving on from today, what the next work is. Clearly, it's important that there's going to be some alignment that's necessary. And again, we talked a little bit about the importance of not spreading the staff or the district or you all too thin, and just making sure that your big efforts are all aligned and you're all pulling in the same direction and you're not trying to go different directions. I think when it comes to the accountability side of things, and that alignment piece is going to take some deliberate work, and same with the accountability piece. We can put together a policy, a results policy, and if we're accountable to those things, we can get towards those results. I think there'll be opportunity to have some predictable feedback coming your way so that you see regularly what's happening on those efforts. We can allocate and align resources that way. I think my caution would be, or my urging would be, that understand that to do this and to focus on a few things, the hardest part for you may be to have the courage to say no to other things. And I think that's going to be really hard for a school board. And you've just got to be willing to tell yourselves that if we can feel proud about the metrics that you've set for your raising your student achievement, all of that other stuff, it's worth it to focus on it. So the courage to say no is going to be difficult, but I think necessary for you to get to that next step.
Yeah, you really have to be like focused on almost like the horses with the blinders, because you have, community, you have other issues that are coming up, and it's so easy to get sucked into this other area, and then you leave what you started the year of, and then you don't end up meeting your goal. And I think the other piece today, talking about like our team dynamics and just how you're engaging today, most of us agree with like 90% of everything around. So if you focus on the 90% instead of the 10% that you don't agree with, and accomplish goals in that space that you have aligned and that you have common goals, then you start building upward momentum and you start trending and seeing and I wanted to make a correction to not set you up for failure. Rate was actually 86.7. I rounded it up. I wanted to make sure that I was accurate, so I went online and verified it. But I think the other pieces that today was having a better understanding of governance, a better understanding of your role within the board, how you engage with one another, that all of this is helpful as you move into the next phase, which is setting your goals and doing that. Like right now, you're like, what is this organization that I landed in, and what am I supposed to do, and how do I govern? What are the rules that I'm supposed to, and the rules I'm supposed to abide by? And then now that I know those rules and kind of rules of engagement, I can then start doing and building the work that I have to do. So do you want to explain a little bit about?
Yes. We are going to just hand out a feedback sheet. So if you would we'll just take a couple minutes to do this. And then we're going to have a quick activity where we just go around and everyone will have a chance to just share one thing as we wrap up. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do this first. So if you just give us a little feedback, this will help not only us as facilitators, but will also help Andrea and her team as we focus on next steps.
And you can just set it down there. We'll collect it at the end when we are leaving.
We have one more.
Good one.
There's one on your way.
if you can just leave that at your seat, we'll pick it up afterwards. But we're just gonna go around the circle. And I'm gonna ask you to do two things. Share one insight that you've had from today, a takeaway, an insight, an aha, as you're leaving today. And then one word that describes how you're feeling about your work moving forward this year. Okay, so one insight and then a final word that describes how you're feeling about this. Let's start.
One insight was looking at the graphs. I feel like it really does make a lot of sense how, like, if one thing is progressing and getting better, how all the other things are kind of gonna fall in place too. And with that in mind, I'm intrigued to see how, like, policies get made and how this improvements are going to happen throughout.
One word that describes how you're feeling.
Intrigued.
Intrigued. Yes.
So just one insight and one thing that, okay.
Yeah.
I guess one insight overall is just learning how policies are made and like maybe why they're made. And off of that, I feel, what was the other part of the question? I'm sorry.
One word that describes how you're feeling about the work moving forward.
Oh, okay. Exciting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think my insight is that I definitely had like a simplification in my understanding of policy governance, like an aha, which feels like a huge weight being lifted.
Yeah.
So that's really awesome. And I just feel hopeful for a district. Kind of same. And as far as insight goes, it was very refreshing to have time to dig a little deeper into certain things. It does clear up a lot because we don't have that. Obviously, we talk at board meetings, we talk like robots. I'm just gonna say it. And we don't get to actually discuss stuff much. So there's so many questions. So that was helpful. So of course, there's a lot that comes along with that then because that was helpful. So I hope that this is and I hope that it doesn't go back down here. Maybe it can continue periodically. We can continue to dig deeper into certain things, topics and questions. Final word, period. Thank you.
My insight is, how we all are so much in common. We all want the same. And it became very obvious today that everybody has the same hope. It is more in common than people are aware of each other. So with one word, I love you all. Thank you for stepping up and great team to work. And I'm very positive and hopeful.
Thank you.
That was like 10 words.
Love.
I'm a multilingual, so I have to think in many languages and filter it in English.
For me, I guess just like, a sense of a team. If it's everyone in here, this felt unique to have like superintendent, cabinet and board. And so just to kind of say, we are on the same page, and although we, work through the superintendent, to have you all here and in this space, just really for me, solidified that sense of teamwork. So I'm excited. My word is energized. I'm energized for what's to come.
My takeaway is I thoroughly enjoyed looking at the what, when, and how everything connects. And how it impacts our work as a team to help improve student outcomes. And my word is optimistic.
Thank you.
Similar to Ashley, I think I definitely got more of an aha moment on how policy governance works. And my one word is, I'm also gonna go with optimistic.
Andrew, can we skip you since you've got final word? Yeah.
I love the synergy that took place today. Kind of feels like what some of the other board members had said. Feel us coming together and hopefully we can skip over the stormy.
Fun part. I'm ready for this one.
Didn't you say let go?
You gotta face it to let go.
They're just working on something tangible at the end of the day to finish it off, to put governance into practice. That was really cool. The collaboration. And my one word, I would say.
I'll start with my one word and it's grateful. And I'll say I am just, really appreciative of this time we spent together, gaining clarity and understanding on our roles and that we work together towards the values that I know we all hold. We all care deeply about kids and their experience in our schools. And so I'm really grateful for today and I'm looking forward to more clarity.
The insight that I had today was, I saw the collective really leaning into learning together and understanding each other, especially when we talk about roles and responsibilities and scenarios. And how important it is, even just writing something and then verbalizing it in the room helps us be on the same page. And my word for the day is grow.
My insight was that policy governance is really parenting, leaving a teenager alone. But in all seriousness, it was a way to even further clarify concepts that I thought I understood, and that was a great takeaway. And my word is inspired.
Not really an insight, but I appreciated being able to spend time and learn more about you outside of the boardroom. Because the boardroom is such an official process, usually focused on other things. I just appreciated the ability to spend time more informally. And my word would be appreciative.
And you for taking time away from your house.
And I'll start with my one word, jazzed. Great. And this is less of an insight and I think more of a reminder. I was reminded today how much each person is very truly cares about the work. The people you leaned in, the questions you asked, the attentiveness, it was just a good reminder that we're all here for the same things.
Okay, I think two insights. One, it was just really cool to hear about the benefit of having clear roles, responsibilities, and expectations, and how that can benefit both the board and the district working together in alignment, right? To go further faster. I think the second insight is that Christy really needs help letting go because she's been watching the whole time. Still.
I was here.
Always.
Maybe they could pick her up. And then the word is, I think, Ashley's for hopeful.
Somebody played Taylor Swift's "We're Never Getting Back Together."
So before we hand it off for closing, we have some final.
Oh, was there a request to do the rest of these index cards?
No. One of them's quite lengthy. I think you should skip it.
What's that?
One's quite lengthy, so I think you should skip it. You have
That'd
my
be yours.
permission.
Oh, of course.
Like to write books.
Pet peeve driving in slow lane, or no, driving slow in the fast lane.
Fast round, so you just.
Yeah, this is, and first job was working at Roy Rogers.
But we did that one, didn't we?
Did we?
Well,
Okay. Pet peeve, ego-centered leadership. And good job. I don't know if that's directed at you. Line worker at a camera. Oh, there's
That's mine.
You just raised your hand.
I don't like egos, so.
okay.
And I have the same thing. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to college after this.
First or worst job, working at a nursing home, assisting the elderly. That so beats my enchanted forest haunted house thing right there. And then let's see, in terms of pet peeve, Those who don't listen to understand. I'm trying to condense this down, consider other perspectives. Or find.
Just give it away with
Right.
so easy.
It was long.
Yeah. And I think I'm the last one in the room too, so I guess. You guys have- Okay, okay.
Pet peeve, when people don't listen and ignore my question. Our first job was DSW, designer shoe warehouse.
All right.
Our biggest pet peeve, people who take your ideas and make them their own. First job, it says barn help.
Like a farm.
I know, just-
I'm going with Linda.
What did you do in the barn?
I just help with the horses and stuff.
Okay, very good. Biggest pet peeve, not being included. First job, working in the middle school cafeteria as a high school student.
You're included here.
Yeah. And the last one, loud, well, we'll say that one. The first job was interpreter for adoptions when I was 16.
So irresponsible of that lawyer. In front of judges, translating for adoption process.
Wow.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome, but now I think back and I go, oh dear. Yeah.
Wow.
What's your pet peeve?
Pet peeve isn't anything nearly as lofty as what the job was. Loud chewing of potato chips during a movie.
Only during very specific.
I feel like I've learned a lot about each other. So, Andrew, please.
I'll bring us home so briefly. I want to bring us home based actually on the way that Patrick opened us up. When he was talking about the butterfly. And one of the things you said about it is that was your image choice because it's always changing. And I'm also, so I feel like this work is going to be that way. It's always going to be changing. And embracing that change as part of progress versus something to fear. And then the other thing that Patrick's image made me think of is how fragile they look, but how strong. They can travel vast distances and they have this incredibly vital role in our world and in our ecosystem. And I feel like that's also another really great way to think about schools. Fragile and strong and really, really important for the future of everybody.
And the best ones are from Michoacan.
Obviously, that. And then I also just really want to thank you too. I think you did such a wonderful. Wise and funny and gentle, but also sometimes a little sharp. And all just a really good balance. So thank you.
Informative and open. We appreciate you. And I'm guessing your pet peeves, since we didn't get to hear them, are working on Saturdays and commuting to Salem. I don't know. Anyway, bless you both.
Gavel?
Oh, I wanted to hear your word.
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Oh. I think my word is energized. And then my insight goes back to something I read somewhere, which is that because we overestimate what we can do in a year, we underestimate what we can do in 5 years.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks for sticking with all of us on this Saturday. It is only 4 minutes past 4. So thank you, Linda. Thank you, Patrick. And I will adjourn us